Welcome to election night coverage. I'm Kara Schultz, and I am the candidate recruiter for Libertarian Party National. And with me is Larissa.
Hi there, I'm Larissa Gaughan. I am the communications director and I work with Kara. And we are so excited to be here this evening. This is such a great night. I think this year more so than ever before, people are just feeling left behind by the establishment parties. I think Republicans saw the GOP stray from its values during the Trump presidency, and Democrats are seeing their party losing its way in real time. We've not seen any meaningful reform
No,
that was promised to us. We've not seen any meaningful reform to the criminal justice system, to the immigration system, and that was promised to us. So, and also not to mention the fact that, the Democratic Party leaders can't even agree on the substance of their bills at this point in Congress. I think we're on
no.
week 18 of infrastructure week. So, Americans are tired of this. They want to see elected officials who represent them and represent their interests and who will fight for them and, who will keep the government under control. And we've been hearing about it for years now at the LP. This is not new to us, but what's interesting is we're hearing about it in real time now in the media. In the
Oh,
media,
yes.
we're hearing this from voters. We're seeing it, on the news. And just a few weeks ago, Andrew Yang left the Democratic Party, prominent member, former presidential candidate. So, and he's
That
saying
was a
that
mic drop.
yeah, it was. It was. I mean, this is just people are feeling left behind, and I think we are going to see this play out tonight in a
I do
huge
too.
way. Yeah,
I do too. We're seeing so many people that are contacting us, and saying, "That's it, done with the two dog vomit parties. I'm going gold." And it's for a lot of the reasons that you're mentioning, whether it's discussed at the federal level or discussed at their local level government. Because tonight's election, we're seeing more results on the local level. Um, but this is kind of a bellwether of how things are going to go leading into the 2022 election. So tonight could be a really fun night to be a libertarian.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I mean, we have hundreds of libertarians on the ballot tonight, and
We do.
and those are just the ones that we know about. It's been difficult to keep track of everyone who is on the ballot, and these don't even
Oh, yeah.
include write-in candidates as
No.
well. That and I worked on a libertarians write-in candidate on their campaign today at the polls. So, I think we are going to really see some history made this evening and in the coming weeks.
I do too. Let's take a look at the number of candidates that we have running tonight on the Libertarian ticket. And these are, so we have them listed out, candidates by state. And you can see that your state, Larissa, Pennsylvania, has a little bit of a lead on the other states with the number of candidates. So they're sitting at 134. Then we have, New York sitting at 17. All the way down, we have a bunch of onesie twosies running as well. So, I mean, you can see we have a lot of candidates running this year. And I think we're going to be hearing a lot about Pennsylvania as we go along.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was just Pennsylvania was bustling today. My phone was ringing off the hook, and there was a lot of energy in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was working. I worked a few different polling locations, and I was handing out information, and people were pleasantly surprised at
Yes.
that there was a libertarian option. So just
There is
you
a big
know,
change in attitude. There's a big change in attitude, and our candidates are seeing more volunteers and volunteers outside of the party. They're coming from outside of the party and they're volunteering, and they're saying they really like the message that our candidates are putting out. So
yeah.
let's take a look at our current electeds. So let's look at where we're at right now, and then at the end of the evening, we'll see where we are at. Okay, so again, you can see Pennsylvania had really a monster year in 2019. I believe they had 60 some candidates. Yeah, they're at 64 right now. And they had just they had an incredible strategy, which we'll be talking to the chair of Pennsylvania, Jennifer Moore, later in our show. And then you have um, you know, varying degrees, all the way down. Some states have one elected official right now. A lot are in that like 5, 6, and 7 range. So it'll be interesting to see how this changes as the evening goes on.
Yeah, and what's also great to see is that, being in Pennsylvania, it's there's a lot of knowledge share starting to happen with other
Yes.
affiliates
Oh yeah.
where, we are now working with other states to help them get their
Mhm.
libertarians elected. We have a great chair. I was actually
Yeah.
with her this afternoon, and she's just marvelous, and I can't wait until we have her on the show tonight. But she was just working different polling locations. She
Hmm.
traveled at least an hour and a half or 2 hours to work for a candidate, and then
Yeah.
traveled all the way back home. And then she'll be with us, and she did a radio spot this morning. So those states that may have 5 to 7, I mean, that's going to be a thing of the past here really soon.
I think so too. Um, and you're right. There is a lot of knowledge share going on. There's a lot of really good campaign teams that are learning to be spectacular campaign teams, and then that just spreads out to other candidates, because you have to have a good candidate, but you also have to have a good campaign team to have an effective campaign.
Well, absolutely, and that's why when you started that regional training was so important, because now we have a country trained of campaign team, like of campaign individuals, campaign
Yeah.
managers, campaign coordinators, campaign co-chairs, things like that, where they know what they need to do, they know how to win, they have
Yeah.
the tools, and we are able, I mean, we're seeing it plugged in real time, where they're getting engaged
Hmm.
in races. They were even engaged in races that are
Oh
ending
yeah.
this evening. So
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So we've already had some races run this year. We had candidates running through the spring and even one in August. So if we could take a look at our electeds and also with the spring electeds. There we go. So right now we have 233 elected libertarians nationwide. And so far this spring, we have 18 in our spring elections that were already elected. Um, this spring, we had an election success rate of 53% for our candidates.
wow, just incredible, simply
Yeah,
incredible.
yeah. And these were not unopposed races. These were contested races. Some of them were our incumbents who are running for reelection, which is also a really good, healthy thing to see, that our candidates, once they're elected, they're making a positive impact in their community, and their community is realizing that, and then they're reelecting them.
Yeah. And we're going to talk about that a lot this evening. We have a lot of people who are already on their town council, and they're getting reelected, or they were already on their
Yeah.
town council and then they're running for mayor, or they're running a different race, because people are saying, like, we need you to come back, or we need you to try this new role, or we need you to do this. So we're seeing that a lot. There's just a lot of energy around libertarian candidates, and it's really exciting to see.
It is exciting. So we're going to jump into interviewing one of our electeds, newly elected libertarians. We'll have Will brought on. I know he's back in our green room. So,
There he is.
Will, it's good to talk to you again. I've spoke to you on a different show, but it's good to see you again. And
You too.
so, Will is one of our electeds, and you were elected in June.
In June 1st, yep.
I remembered that.
It took a while to shake out, if you remember correctly. One of my opponents challenged the results of the election, and
Mhm.
I had to hire an attorney, and we had
Yeah.
to go through the recount process, and it was fun times.
Well, we've just had so many impressive candidates, and we were talking about that earlier. Will, I'm sure you heard.
Yeah,
But yes, just in June of this year, you were elected to the Clarksburg City Council.
that's right.
And for those of you who don't know, Clarksburg, excuse me, it's just a charming city in West Virginia. But you know, not unlike any other city, you know, you had some problems there. You talked about specifically problems with blight and condemned structures and the city dropping the ball. So, you know, you stepped up and ran for city council because you wanted to tackle this problem and, you know, other problems facing your community. So, um, you know, you really wanted to make this issue your issue. What else made you run for city council?
Well, I think it was time for some fresh ideas and some new, younger, charismatic people on council. I think there was one candidate who had been out of city politics for several years, but he had been on city council for like 24 years. I mean, that's just, and you can see why. I mean, you can look outside your window, you can drive down Main Street and see what happens when you have people who sit on city councils for 20 plus years. And that was part of my motivation, to get out there and change Clarksburg as much as I could with some youthful leadership. And we elected 3 people on our city council that are under age 40 or around 40. I think one's 42. I'm 40. The youngest was 35, and it shows. People want young people with new ideas, regardless of what kind of ideas there are.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And, I think something else that they are looking for too is I really liked your campaign slogan. It was integrity, accountability, and action.
Thanks.
And, those are qualities that we don't generally associate with government. When we think about government, we usually don't think about those things.
It's true.
But for libertarians, those principles are important to us.
Absolutely.
And, how did running on the Libertarian Party platform or principles that are important to libertarians, how did that resonate with voters in your community?
Well, I mean, to begin with, it was a nonpartisan race, and but that doesn't mean much. I know if you talk to any candidate that we've had come through the party running a nonpartisan race, and they'll tell you one of the first questions you're asked is, "Are you a Democrat or a Republican?" And you can always answer, "Well, I'm neither. I'm a registered libertarian." And they're like, "Well, what's that about?" So then you get a little, you take them to school for a little bit, and you tell them about where you stand on certain things, and a lot of people will resonate with some of that, and by knowing or kind of it's a trick you have to learn about, kind of gauging people when you meet them about where they stand on certain things. And if they ask you certain things about the city budget or the city roads or where you stand on like national level issues, you can kind of say, well, this is where I stand here, and you can identify with them regardless of what party they are, because as libertarians we can do that. Now they might not like all our answers, obviously, but there's some that you can just stick with, and they'll appreciate that. And I think it helped me at several doors.
That's great. And I was campaigning today for a candidate, and I had the same reaction from voters that when they said, "Well, what's the party affiliation?" and I said libertarian, and they were like, "Oh," and they were pleasantly surprised, and they were engaging, and they were asking questions, and they were saying, "Oh, well, how do I find out more?" and they were just asking a lot of questions. So I only had good reactions, and I was really happy about that. And it sounds like you kind of had the same thing, the same sort of interaction with voters.
Yeah, it was definitely, my campaign was one at the door. I can't stress that enough, and I know the regional training talked about that a lot in Norfolk when I attended that one, Kara. It was a great time. Thanks for hosting it. Or being behind it. I'm not quite sure how it worked out with the hosting, but it was a great event. And a lot of that stuff is stuff that I had to figure out on my own. And I'd never been to a candidate training before, and until then. So having ran previously several times for State House here in West Virginia and for City Council, that was my second time around. I knew exactly what I had to do to win. And I went out and I pounded doors, and that's how I won the race.
Yeah.
And he brings up an important point. A lot of times candidates need to run twice to win. That's not uncommon.
Yeah.
And that's something that the two old dog vomit parties, like, they just know that. Like, that's just a normal thing for them, right? And it's something that, we have to learn and just know that that's very normal. So, yeah,
No, absolutely.
absolutely.
Now, you were elected in June, so you've been in office for nearly 5 months.
Mhm.
What are the challenges that you are facing
Well,
on
I'll tell you
council?
right this, exactly how it is. Uh, as libertarians, we know how bad government is. I will tell you right now, it is worse than you think it is. The way government
It
moves,
is.
the way government does things, the inner workings of departments and things that happen at City Hall, committees that are selected by council and members of the public are as bad as you think they are, if not worse. So that's always been an uphill battle for me because I want to get in, and I think especially the two other gentlemen that won the election with me, I believe
Yes.
we wanted to get in and just start changing stuff. And this is how we want to do things now to make Clarksburg a better place to live. And and everybody's like, no, we can't do it like that. It's like, wait a minute now, we thought that's how that worked. Well, that's exactly how we thought it was as libertarians. And I
Yeah.
kind of expected that, but not as bad as it is. And of course, we had some setbacks. Um, we have a lead water issue in our city. In our city itself, we have a separate elected water board. It's kind of like a separate organization from the city, and they're handling that as much as they can, and we're trying to help them out with using some of the ARP funds that the national level is was passing down all the surplus, excuse me, all the American Rescue Plan money. So we're trying to figure that out and go forward. And that's another thing. You'll realize that people uh, when they see that amount of money, they
Mhm.
think like pie in the sky ideas. And as libertarians, we recognize immediately like that's not what we want to do with that money.
Right.
And it's real. People in office at every level want to spend your money as ridiculous as
Oh,
you can imagine. It's kind of terrifying. But as one person on the council of 7, it's going to be difficult for me to say, well, this is how we should do things to be financially stable and
mhm.
not go willy nilly on people's taxes. So it's going to be difficult, but it's a learning experience at the same time, and it's a great experience if you ever get the chance. It's
And he's highlighting a lot of things that are absolutely true. So, in addition to being a contractor with the Libertarian Party, I'm also on the Burnsville City Council and then have been reelected. And yeah, your first year is a pretty steep learning curve. You find out um, all the procedural tricks that are put into play. You find out how information is disseminated, and if you get all the information and how it will be presented. There's just a lot of interesting things. So sometimes we see our candidates, they get elected, and then their first few months, they're very excited, and then they're depressed, and then they pull out of it and they realize, no, this is how I can make change. Like, I'm learning how to do that, and I'm forming relationships, and I'm now able to start putting an agenda forward and work towards getting it done.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning experience. I recommend it for anybody in the Libertarian Party to get in there and roll up your sleeves and do it. It's a great experience.
So,
Absolutely.
so while you're on city council right now, and since you've been in for a couple of months, are you able to still, kind of talk to your constituents and tell them about the things that are going on, and how are you connecting with them and keeping them sort of involved in the whole process?
Well, I mean, I continue to update my Facebook page that I use for my council campaign with things that are happening in the city, whether it's ceremonies, street naming type of deals, to what's going on with the water situation. now that the water department is acting on, all these pipes and stuff like that. So,
Right.
I am doing that. And of course, we live in a town of 15,000 people. You know, you see people every day, and they're like, how's things at City Hall, and they
Right.
ask you, and you tell them, and sometimes they don't like what you hear, especially from me. But it's an issue. When people say, hey, what's going on at City Hall, you can actually say, well, we're in the middle of this, and before you're like, well, those clowns, what are they doing, but now you're like, wow, well, here we are, we're doing this, and we're making progress here, and it's really great, because there's people that come up to me, and and they tell me that they voted for me, and
Yeah.
honestly, I never met them before.
Yeah.
I knocked a lot of doors, but at the same time, people say, well, I heard from so and so that you were a good person, and I voted for you, so keep up the good work. And it's like, well, thanks, I appreciate that. So it's amazing. Sometimes you don't know where these people are going to come from.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. And Kara, do you have the same thing where people just are coming up? I hear it from other electeds too, libertarian electeds, where you know people come up and they're just thankful because you don't have to toe a party line. You don't have special interest groups, behind you. You don't
Yeah.
have, you don't have the baggage that comes with having an R or a D behind your name. You are there for the people, and you are there, to help kind of reform government and make it better. So do you hear the same sort of thing that Will is
Yeah.
sort of hearing?
Yeah, I do. And sometimes I also hear from people who tell me, I did not vote for you in the first election. I did vote for you in the second one because I wasn't sure what it was going to be like to have a libertarian on council. That was something I was very unfamiliar with, and it made me nervous. And then after seeing, you know, what I would do in office, how I interacted, that I didn't just come in and say, let's vote to abolish government, right? And so, they saw that, and still, people will tell me, I don't agree with every decision that you make, but I appreciate that you explain why you made that decision, which is something I do for transparency. Every vote, I explain how I voted and why. I answer questions, and they do appreciate that. So they appreciate knowing where I'm coming from, and and I've earned their respect, and I've earned their vote, in that second election. And to me, that's pretty incredible, because now they're saying I'm I'm not so worried about voting for a libertarian. Like, I can see myself voting for other libertarians.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Well, Will, we're going to wrap it up with you because we have some really good news. We have our first official result of the evening. So we'll get ready. So our first official result of the evening, it does appear that Ashley Shade has won her seat on the North Adams City Council. This was a race that there were 14 candidates vying for 9 open seats, and there were already 5 incumbents, and we have those incumbents marked. So the top 9 would be seated on the council. And although these are unofficial results, it does appear that Ashley Shade has won her election
Woohoo!
for North Adams.
Congratulations,
So
Ashley.
congratulations.
Wonderful
Yes.
news.
That is very exciting, because that is one of our races that we had on our watch list, which we'll get to later. But that is pretty incredible. And again, I know she had a really good, involved campaign team, and that's what it takes to get this together.
Yeah, she really put herself out there, and she also got some really important and critical endorsements in the
Yes, she did.
process.
She did.
So she just ran the perfect race, And I hope we get a chance to talk with her this evening because
Yes.
there's just a lot of wisdom there. I know her personally. I think she's phenomenal, and I'm just so happy that she was able to win this race. So
Yes.
kudos, hats
Well,
off
and
to
one of
Ashley.
those endorsements was the local paper. So her local paper endorsed her. And we are
Mhm.
starting to see that more and more with libertarian candidates, that newspaper editorial boards are not only interviewing our candidates and taking them seriously, but they're endorsing them.
Absolutely. Yes. That was a huge win. That was a huge barrier that was broken by her. And we'll just she's leading the way for other candidates behind her. So
Absolutely. So we do want to get into more of our races on our watch list. And to help us do that, we're going to bring on Pat Ford. Pat Ford has been, um, he's been, what night is your show on again?
Mondays and Fridays.
That's right. And so you've been interviewing a ton of candidates running for office.
It's we've been on now for about a year and a half on Friday nights. A little more lately on the Monday night show, which focuses on affiliates. But I have, I believe, the greatest job in the Libertarian Party because I get to talk to just about. We've tried to get every single candidate imaginable. We've had nights where we've had 4 or 5 candidates on a panel, particularly from Pennsylvania. It's an amazing experience because you get to meet everybody. You also see the personal involvement, the labor of love, the emotional connection to our philosophy, our platform. These are folks who are out there in the streets, taking it to the streets in a manner that we haven't seen in the Libertarian Party in our 50 years. And you know, first of all, if I can give a congratulations to Ashley, you know, on a different level, I'm a New Englander as well. And here's an individual who's run a top-notch campaign with folks from around the country supporting her in arguably one of the most progressive, difficult environments in America. To become an elected libertarian in the state of Massachusetts, in Western Massachusetts, in the Berkshires, is phenomenal. You know, words can't say enough about her accomplishment there. And you know what? It's her, and there's a theme here. I'm just going to elaborate on that with the few minutes we have. There's a connection that she has to the community. And when I look at every single successful libertarian candidate, whether they win or not, they're running hard charging races. Years before they announce, they've already made a connection to their community, whether it be through charitable work, boards, volunteering, an amazing array of community efforts. And that's the single theme I think we're going to preach tonight to prospective candidates, is to develop that connection now. Become a part of the fiber of your community. And folks will see you doing the work without the title, without the honors and all the glory, just the sheer amount of work that Ashley's done in her community. And I'm just going to go down a couple of names if you guys don't mind. People that I've interviewed during the year. Beth Ann Rosica, running as mayor of Westchester Township. She's a recent convert to the Libertarian Party. Her focus has been education, both on the primary level, also a great connection with Westchester University, which is in her hometown. Again, part of the community, subject matter expert, bringing it to bear as a libertarian. Juan Ayala, he's running for alderman in Middletown, New York. Great young man, first time out as a candidate. He was one of the candidates that bridged that difficult connection in talking about the pandemic. He struck just the right tone in terms of talking about government overreach, at the same time being a responsible adult about it, and in doing so, made a connection with his community. Michelle Marino, of course, of the Pennsylvania, the legendary Pennsylvania team now. She's running for West Pittston Borough Council. Again, multi-year involvement in the community before running for public office. Matthew Crowley, okay. And by the way, I can't mention everybody, but down in Winter Haven, he's running for Florida City Commissioner. Again, one of my favorite new people to the party, Andrew Acicordio. He and his family owned one of the oldest diners in New England, and essentially turned his diner into a pulpit. Self-ownership, body autonomy, the libertarian philosophy. All right. In a critically important race, Greg Neely running for governorship of New Jersey, you know, being able to bridge that gap where you all of a sudden, he's created the opportunity. The Libertarian Party is now being mentioned in the same breath as the Republican and Democratic candidates. All right. John Stafford Stanley, again, North Carolina, he brought to bear, resources from around the country to run as an alderman in a small town in North Carolina. It was just amazing. And I'm going to throw two names at you to watch. Okay, Natalie Bruno is running for the gubernatorial race for Oklahoma.
Right.
A stellar candidate, subject matter expert. We had her on and do a joint effort with folks in Oklahoma about the death penalty and the case of one Julius Jones. Here's an individual coming. What one of the challenges has been for the Libertarian Party, incorporating themselves into the criminal justice reform issues in the cities. Right? She's a candidate to watch. And one of my favorite candidates, a real bulldog out of Pennsylvania, is Tim McMaster. He's running unopposed tonight as an auditor. He's run for General Assembly. All right. He is the libertarian spirit at work every day. Here's a guy to watch out for in Pennsylvania, because I think he just captures the imagination of folks down in his part of Pennsylvania. So
And I've seen him in our comments section tonight.
Yeah. Again, connection to the community, hard work, getting out early.
Yes.
We've got folks who started months ago for 2022. Natalie Bruno, for example.
Yeah.
Identifying, being a candidate, part of it is you're a salesperson, a salesman or saleswoman. You have to do needs analysis. What issues concern your community? What is your community obsessed by? Take that, look at that issue, and put it through the prism of the libertarian statement of principles, the libertarian philosophy, the libertarian platform. Do that, and you will connect with people, because I think we all know nearly everyone in America, if you press the issue, we're all libertarians at heart. We just have to do a little digging. So I have, there are people out there who talk about developing a libertarian bench. That libertarian bench exists. It is thriving. There are hundreds of individuals, soon to be, I believe, thousands of individuals around this nation who are doing all the hard work, both as campaigns and as part of campaign teams. It's happening now. And we've got an amazing opportunity with these individuals coming into 2022. Tonight is really the beginning of something great.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. And can you bring up, Larissa and I also have some races that we're watching for this evening. So if we could have those up on our races to watch, and we can kind of look through those. So our races to watch tonight, of course, we're looking at that Pennsylvania landslide. They're running 134 candidates, and 110 of them are unopposed. We're also looking at some of our incumbents. So we have Peter in Kansas. We have Michael Maines in Ohio. We have Allison in Pennsylvania. Then we have our step up races. And these are candidates who are already in elected office, but are taking that next step up. And so we're going to take a look at them, whether they're currently on city council and moving towards a mayor position, or they're in some other type of position looking up. We're looking at that New Jersey governor's race to see how Greg does. Technically, it's a ballot access race, but it is a steep race. They need to get 10% for ballot access. And then, of course, we have Ashley Shade. She was one of ours on our watch list. We're so happy to see her win. And then we're also looking at Utah. And Lyle Wirt is running for Springville City Council. And he, along with Sid Dowd, are our Frontier Project candidates in this election. So it will be interesting to see how they work out. And we'll be talking with Sid later this evening. Whether he wins the mayorship or not, he'll retain his city council seat. But it will be interesting to see, how does that work? How did the resources in Frontier Project help him? We'll be taking a look at that as well. So we have a lot of exciting races to watch, and it will be interesting if you all at home have races that you are in particularly watching. Put that up in the comments, because we would like to see what races tonight you are interested in and why. What ones are you following?
And Kara, if I could just throw in one plug for Candidates Corner. We're on Friday nights, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, so that we can catch the entire Libertarian Nation at a reasonable time. We're stepping it up this year. There's things we're asking candidates, whether you're on the show or not, to provide. If you've done a 30-second commercial or a 15-second commercial, send it to us. We want to put it up on the air. One Ayala did a wonderful little spot about taxes that I think really resonated with the community. If you've got fundraiser, particularly money bombs going on, let us know. We'll coordinate an appearance on the show with a money bomb that you're doing. And affiliates, if you're running these great weekends like the New York Liberty Summit, all weekends like that, or candidates, if you're running major events, just let us know, because we want to promote it. We want people across the nation to understand that the candidate who's running in Maine is as critically important to the Florida affiliate as, say, a Florida candidate. All of us are one nation, one group of libertarians running together, using the formative efforts that you created in Burnsville and other successful candidates as a basis for national success. And so if you reach out to us at Candidates Corner, and we'll do everything we can to make people in the nation aware of your candidacy. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I've really enjoyed a lot of the candidates corners, and it's been interesting hearing you interview the candidates, what they're doing, why they decided to run. Because for many of them, there was something that happened that pushed
Right.
it from theoretical to now I'm
Absolutely.
going to take action.
And
Usually it's government reaching out and touching in a really personal way.
exactly. Well, and I'll say this, but we try to give every libertarian candidate an opportunity to appear in the air, on the air, throughout the air, for the first time in many cases. And we're better, if you will, to kind of get your feel, get your sea legs, if you will, in addressing these issues, taking common sense, we call them lunch pail issues, and again, looking at them through that libertarian prism. And so that's why we want every candidate to get an opportunity to go on the air in front of Libertarian Nation, amongst friendlies, and get that comfort level, if you will. It's so important. We don't want your first appearance as a young candidate on to be on some local talk show by some, what do you call them, by the way? The dog parties?
Dog vomit.
Dog vomit parties. We don't want that. We want you here in our home, in our house.
So the reason why I call them dog vomit parties is, when your dog eats something and then does not feel well and kind of irps, but then your dog pauses and looks and thinks, maybe that wasn't so bad, and goes for it again.
Yep.
And that's what voters do with the two dog vomit parties. They're like, maybe this time it won't hurt my tummy.
Lucy and the football, right? Absolutely, folks. We're at the beginning of a wonderful era of movement in our party. Let's embrace it. Let's take tonight's successes and celebrate them nationally. Even if you're in upstate Washington, celebrate Ashley Shade's victory tonight, because it really is a victory for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think we have some more results to announce. Pat, thank you very much. We may be bringing you on again later, but thank you very much. We do have some more election results to announce, and we have a whole slate of Pennsylvania winners to announce.
Oh, here.
So what we have is all of those unopposed candidates in Pennsylvania. We've had a poll closing. So at this point, we can unofficially start to call these races. So it is 110 of them. And I know we have several slides of them that you can see going through, all over Pennsambania. And
wow.
So it's just, I know, it's just
I'm rolling on the E's.
I know. And you can see the different types of races. I mean, there's some auditor, constable, there is township and borough areas. we also have some city council as well. So we have like a wide range of candidates and different types of races and really all over Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's just incredible to look at the spread to see. I mean, it is literally all over the state. There aren't a lot of clusters. It's just they're libertarians that are just statewide, and they ran for these races. So, and like you said, it's a variety of races as well. It just runs the gamut for this municipal election.
It does. It does. And what a perfect spot for libertarians, auditor.
Well, and that's what I was saying, I'm really excited. I hope we get to talk to Jeannie Maniszewski soon, but I really want her to talk about why the auditor position, the auditor role, is just so perfect for libertarians. And so I don't want to steal thunder from her, but it's just it's a perfect role for a libertarian.
It is.
And the other roles as well. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of change happens on the local level. The most impactful change for your
Oh, yeah.
community, for your own backyard, happens at the local level. So these are critical races. And I'm just so proud of my state of Pennsylvania for getting these folks elected.
Exactly. Not only can they affect change, but the other thing that happens when you win election is, um, along with that title, you now have a pulpit. And there are times when you'll be asked to speak in front of various groups, visit schools, do all of those types of things. And they will want to hear what you have to say on a wide variety of issues. Oh, Joel, I have a crush on you too. And so you can use that to now create that platform, right? And get the message out of liberty to an even wider area. Even going further out than the elected position that you have. So there's so much that you can do with that. And let's get to Jeannie. Let's bring her on.
Let's bring her on. There
Hi.
she is.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's very exciting. This is my first time kind of dabbling in politics, and it's really
Wow,
fun.
what a first time, right?
Yep.
So you are from Allegheny County, correct? So you are from
Yes.
the western part of the state. And you ran out a post for North Fayette Township Auditor, which, like I just said a little bit ago, is one of the best roles for a libertarian. But not a lot of people, I think, maybe know what that role is and what they do. So would you be able to tell us a little bit about what an auditor does?
They don't actually do the audits. There's another company that comes in and does them. But the role of the auditor really is, I think, accountability. I think it's very important. I live in an area where people pay a lot of taxes to the school district, to the community, to the township, and they really deserve to know that their hard-earned money is being well used.
Yeah, that's so important. And I feel that a lot of auditors, like libertarian candidates who went for running for auditor, had the same sort of view that they feel almost called to run. They feel called to run because their communities lack that transparency. Their township or their borough or their city, they lack that transparency, and they want to find out, what's going on. Nobody answers questions. Nobody calls you back. It's kind of like this black hole where these people go off. So I feel that is one of the most important races to run. Now, this is a 6-year term from what I understand. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, what all priorities do you have for this role? Just kind of expand on what you said earlier about, transparency. What are your main goals?
I really want everyone that lives in the township to know exactly what their money's being used for, whether it's the school district, the community center or different, options that are available, like for our kiddos and their youth recreation. Just we need to tell people what they're getting for their money, and it needs to be very open and honest, and making sure that if we're giving the school a lot of money, then making sure that they're really investing it wisely.
Exactly. Now you are, like I said, you're in Allegheny County, which is right near Pittsburgh. And I actually was looking, and I see a lot of other libertarians running in Allegheny County. Just why do you think that is? Did you just have a really strong county affiliate? Is it that you're seeing problems in your community that the existing, elected officials from the two big parties aren't handling? What do you think that is?
I think it's kind of a combination of everything that you mentioned. I think I actually recently changed my party affiliation this past year because I just really didn't feel like I fit into that two-party system anymore. And I got a letter in the mail that like, hey, this office is available. Would you be interested in running? And I was like, let me think about it. Talked with my family. My 17-year-old son is a senior, and he actually wants to major in political science. So him and I kind of talked about it, and he helped me like research and look into, what all this would entail.
Yeah.
And I said, let's go for it. Let's do it.
That's wonderful.
And that's a really good point. One of the first things when you are looking at running for office is to have that frank discussion with your family.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be in your corner for that.
Yeah. And I grew up in North Fayette. I lived here my whole life. I went away to school and I moved back to raise my family. My husband and my 4 boys and I live in the same neighborhood I grew up in. And so I really love this community. I want to see it thrive.
Yeah, and that really resonates with voters too. I'm finding that, when you have lived in an area, even if you're not from there, if you've lived there for a while, that they want to see that you're invested in your community. And, when you show that dedication to your community, you're like, look, I'm raising my children here. This is where, I'm setting, this is where I'm settling. I think that really resonates with people. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy that happened for you. I just have one other quick question. I know this is kind of a long way away. You have a 6-year term ahead of you. But do you see yourself running for something else in the future?
I actually, at some point, would consider and look into running for a school board.
Oh, very
Wonderful.
nice.
So
Yes.
maybe we'll see how everything goes. Maybe that's in my future.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And again, congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So we also have one of our earlier, summer rather than spring election winners. And this is someone that is probably pretty familiar to libertarians around the country. And his name is Mr. Jim Turney. And I would say he needs no introduction, but man's amazing.
Yeah.
You scared off any opponents. So you managed to run unopposed like I did.
Trick or treat. I'm a scary old man. They all run when I run, so they run the other way. But you're right.
Absolutely.
I won unopposed again, and it was sort of like the first time back in 2017. I had an opponent, and they withdrew before it got terribly exciting even. So anyway, so this is my second re-election. Not even anybody dared run against me in 2019. So, but I'm very honored to serve here, especially in this beautiful city that you can see. I'm in the park right now. This is our park, and you can't see it here, but there's and you can see my supporters here behind me. There's a big lake here, and it's just a really beautiful setting. And my
and it's
supporters.
a lot warmer than where we're at.
Yeah, really.
Oh yeah. We're still summertime here, and so it's really lovely outside. So that's why I decided to come and talk to you out here. And We had a big picnic Saturday that was just a very beautiful day. A lot of people showed up, and that was our real celebration of the reelection. But some of my supporters came out here tonight when they heard I was going to be on LPTV.
So this
Here we
is
are.
fantastic. And I neglected to say where you are elected to. It's Alamanta Springs,
Yeah,
Florida.
Altamont Springs, Florida. In fact, it says right there on the sign, maybe you can't see it, it says Altamont. So we're in Altamont Springs, which is essentially border to border with Orlando on the north side. So when you're going to Orlando to or from, you'll probably go right through the center of Altamont Springs on Interstate 4, which is right over there. I'm watching the traffic as I stand here. It's at the end of the park.
So why do you think that you have been reelected twice now?
Well, I think the political culture in this community is very calm. We have good staff, a well-run city, and have for a long time. So people are accustomed to not having the government in their way so much anyhow. And we are, for example, we're a debt-free city. When we build a park like this,
man.
we don't borrow the money, we save the money and then build a park. And so we have literally zero debt, not a single bond. Every penny we collect, and our taxes, by the way, are very moderate here. So we don't have any unusual, high level of taxation either. In fact, it's probably a little bit cheaper to live in this city than most of the cities around here, especially in Orange County around Orlando, because we actually service other cities with our water, and we charge them more than we charge our own citizens. So therefore, it's a little bit cheaper. Things like when you add in the cost of water, and because the city is so well run, insurance, house insurance is cheaper because of the high rating of the city. So that gives a discount. We do a lot of things right. And so it's hard to find an issue when you want to run against an incumbent in this city. That's the answer to your question.
Well, and I know this doesn't sound sexy to a lot of people, but those of us on city council, we're always very proud of our bond rating if it is a decent bond rating. And I'm assuming you guys are a stellar AAA bond rating, just like Burnsville is.
Exactly. Yeah, we have a very high bond rating, and I might also add we have. I'm going to start bragging like an incumbent here, but if you don't shut me up.
Yes.
Anyway, we have a very solid pension plan for our employees, so we don't have any problems there. We're in the top echelon of pension plans compared to other municipalities. And by the way, we're not small. We have, the latest census says about 45,000 citizens, but we're a community that a lot of people come to work. So there's a lot of offices here. We have about 32 or 33,000 registered voters, and I have to run it large. So it's not a small race when I get it cranked up. And well, you can see we were cranking it up because we did have an opponent for a while. So we were cranking it up there for a while. And so it's a special honor to serve in such a circumstance that we have here. And but I do, by the way, I really was a little disappointed, very happy that I had an opponent, very disappointed when she dropped out because I like competition. Of course, I believe I would have prevailed in the election today had she stayed in. But I'll take it. I'll take the win, the re-election, but I do wish there was a little more competition in the city, but it's, people are happy. They're just not excited about, seeing, somebody fighting over the seat, I guess. That is a little unusual, but.
Well, and again, candidates, run for office, run hard, and you too can chat with Jim and I about bond ratings and pension plans.
Yeah,
and it will
and
be
we,
exciting
by the way,
too.
we're also rare in another way. We are a rare city that does not have a unionized police department. So even though we have a big police department, and we're kind of an urban area here, and some of the same problems that some are well-run urban areas have, at least. We certainly, if we have to discipline a policeman, we just do it. We don't have to go through the union process, which helps a lot. So there's a lot of positive things like that. A very innovative city. I won't go into all of that, but I want to give a tip to the viewers tonight, and that is please get involved in your local community and build
Yes.
relationships. Join a service club. Also, and this is the most important tip, please approach your elected officials and ask to be appointed to one of the citizens boards. It's very important to start learning the process and getting comfortable with it in advance. And it also builds a good resume for whether, even if you never run, it gives you more influence in your community. It gives you a chance to help a candidate if you're not running, and if you're running, it looks good on your resume. So I want to encourage people to do that, because that is the hardest thing I have to do here. When I have appointments, where am I going to find somebody, a libertarian, to serve in that appointed office? It's a little hard to do. And as you said to somebody earlier in the program when I was listening, one of the hardest things about recruiting candidates is finding volunteers, like the incredibly high quality volunteers that I have, and I have a bunch of them, but they're just not all here now. But it's hard to find people who are willing to devote themselves and have some idea of how a campaign works. So libertarians really need to understand they're in a political party, and if you really want to be serious about that, it means learn the tools of campaigning, learn how it works, so that you're ready to help a candidate. And if, as Kara can tell you, I'm sure, recruiting candidates is not easy, because they don't know who's going to be working with them, who's going to have their back, who's going to do the paperwork for the financial reports, who's going to, organize the volunteers. There's a lot of chores to do, and we need to support our candidates so that we'll be able to recruit and get elected some quality people.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jim, and congratulations on your re-election. We really
It's an honor.
appreciate you. Yeah, we appreciate you being able to join us this evening.
I'll see you all in Reno.
Absolutely, you will. And so we have some election results, and then we also have a winner to bring on. So we'll do the unofficial election results first. We have Darryl Perry, and he has finished third in a four-way pick three race. So he was elected to Manchester Selectman in Ward 5. So congratulations to Darryl.
Yes.
That is very exciting news. He won with 24% of the vote. So that was a four-way race for 3 seats, and you can see the election results there. Very fantastic. So
Wow.
he is in that seat. So congratulations to Selectman-elect Darryl Perry. And now we have our first winner joining us. So bring on Ashley. Congratulations, Councilwoman-elect.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So you had a really good campaign team that you worked with. Do you want to give any shout outs to your campaign team?
Oh, my campaign team was amazing. So many people. First, my campaign manager, Michael Burns. He did some amazing work for us. Our campaign directors, Rachel Torrance, Danny Lewis, Darren Pollock, Derek Britton was with us for a while. We had some great leadership in my campaign. We had so many volunteers, Elizabeth Copeland. I can't even name everybody off the top of my head. We had some local volunteers, Amanda Alexander, a local libertarian elected in the town next door in Williamstown, Wade Hasty,
Nice. Oh,
came
yes.
out to hold signs with me. So now we have an elected libertarian in two connecting towns, two
Incredible.
connecting areas.
That
So
is excellent.
yeah.
And you were endorsed by your local paper. So were you surprised by that endorsement?
I was very surprised. Usually, the editorial boards do not allow for them to endorse anyone outside of the two-party system.
Right.
I have some amazing endorsements in my race to be endorsed by the Berkshire Eagle, the LPAC, which is the Lesbian PAC, and the Massachusetts Women's Political Caucus. It just goes to show with the right messaging, with positive messaging and results-oriented messaging, other groups will give us the time of day, and they will listen to us, and they will endorse us. So I'm really I'm beyond words. Not only am I the first elected libertarian in this area in North Adams, but in all of Berkshire County, I became the first transgender person elected in my city and in my county at all. So. Killing two birds with one stone, making some history, and we also elected our first female mayor ever in North Adams.
Wow.
So, we have this is pretty amazing, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited.
This is really excited, and I am so happy for you, Ashley. I know you guys put together your campaign plan and you executed. But you were also very focused on the tone of your campaign, how you were going to come across to voters.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the most important things that we could do, was run a positive campaign. In our local chat rooms, things got very toxic very quickly, people, instigating things, and we stayed out of that. Our message was about compassion, education, and love. It was about reading people, learning what their needs are, teaching them liberty-minded solutions, and being more about love in our community. The message went over extremely well. The one thing that I did get a lot of feedback on is that of all the candidates, including our mayoral candidates, I was considered the most well-spoken. I did my homework and did my research. Incumbents always have the advantage here, and they always get reelected and high numbers, and that was expected. But to be able to, be an open libertarian and an open trans person and to get elected is pretty remarkable. That's two strikes against me from the duopoly.
So when people say you can't get elected as a libertarian, now you can say
you absolutely
you
can.
totally
Yeah,
are.
that's complete BS. You can absolutely get elected as a libertarian. I am the state chair here in Massachusetts. It's very known that I am a libertarian. There's no hiding being the state chair. So it is well known that I'm a libertarian in local town. It is well known that I am an openly trans person. And here we are getting elected, making history. And we are going to push North Adams forward with libertarian-minded, less government solutions.
Wonderful.
Absolutely. Well, Ashley, thank you so much. Congratulations. You and your team deserve to celebrate this tonight, and we will be celebrating with you.
Thank you, and say hi, everyone, to Michael and
yes.
Danny.
Yes.
Hello.
I have Danny Lewis out here, who came out from Chicago just to be in North Adams tonight.
Oh my goodness.
Shout out to him. He was with me at the polls all day long.
Wow.
You finished strong. You guys finished strong.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you all. It's great to be here. We're going to go celebrate, get some dinner, and watch more libertarians get elected. So
absolutely.
Yay.
Can't wait to see you get sworn in. It's always so exciting when our candidates win election and you see them celebrating with their team. I mean, it is pretty incredible.
Yeah. And like we said at the top of the program, like there's a lot to celebrate tonight. There is a lot to celebrate. We are seeing this happen as it's happening. So just really, really exciting.
Yes. And we're seeing a lot of celebration coming from Pennsylvania. And we do want to explain what the heck is going on in Pennsylvania? But to do that, let's bring on the chair of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, Jennifer Moore.
There she is.
Hey there. Congratulations. It's a big night for Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I literally ran in the door at 8:45. So you guys are getting like to work the polls all day here.
And
That's
it was windy
victory
here.
hair. That is victory hair.
It is. I've been working on this, obviously. I mean, this is why I ran for chair, was to make this project successful. And I worked on it all summer along with, our team here. And it hit me at about 8:05 when the polls closed. I'm driving down the turnpike trying to get home to do this. And those of you who know me know I'm not an emotive person. It was like full blown like waterworks. I was like sobbing driving down the turnpike because I realized the magnitude of what we had just done. So,
Yes. So
Yeah.
explain, how did you get that many candidates running, and how did you get that many candidates who are now winning their election?
yeah, we expect at least 120 wins tonight, maybe as many as 150. We have a lot of write-in candidates that we're not going to know for a few weeks. The way that we did this, through a quirk of Pennsylvania election law, we have about a 5 or 6 week period where we can take a look and see where there's nobody on the ballot. And we can slip people into those spots. So it's very fast and furious when it happens. And then even after that, we can continue to recruit for write-in candidates. So basically, we sent about 16,000 letters this year asking people to run for office. And it's everything from auditor to constable to judge and inspector of elections to school board, mayor, council, supervisor. We're going to win some of all of those elections tonight. I was out at the polls all day with Kevin Gahn, our executive director, Larissa's husband. He was running for auditor for a 6-year term, and I'm pretty confident he won this seat based on, I probably handed out about 80 cards for him. Steve Sheets, they handed out 100. Larissa was at the polls for a little bit. Kevin was out there too. Ting McMaster was with us. So just a couple hours, for all of us. And I'm sure that, we have an elected auditor in his township now. So it's a really big day. It's exciting. The main thing is just thank you to all these people who stepped up.
Yeah.
And agreed to not only run for office, but now is the really difficult part where they need to serve their communities in elected office. I mean, running is nothing compared to, the months and years of being an elected official and, learning how to compromise and, the difficulties that you run into. So this is where the real work starts now.
So how did you find the people to run for these specific positions?
They are registered libertarians. So we did a mail merge, and Wes Benedict was a huge help with this and his booster pack. We were able to, Chuck Moulton, who is kind of the mastermind of the Moulton maneuver, he took a look for opportunities where there was no one on the ballot, and we did a mail merge with registered libertarians, and we sent them a letter that says, there is an uncontested auditor position in your township,
Yeah.
and if you file, you'll win. So, when people reached out to us, then we, walked them through the process of getting on the ballot, and then we turned them over to their local counties to, kind of seal the deal and finish it. So it was a huge project, and the whole state mobilized for it. I can't say enough about all the people who were involved in making this happen. There were times where my phone was ringing 40 or 50 times a day with candidates. And on top of my family and my full-time job, but it was worth it.
And your elected position?
Yeah, I'm actually serving a 6-year term as auditor
Yeah.
myself. I'm the chair of my board of auditors right now, so I talk to a lot of auditor candidates about what the job entails.
So you work, you have your family,
Mhm.
you're chair of your state affiliate, you have undertaken this massive project, and you're an elected official.
And I'm a Cub Scout leader, and I volunteered at animal rescue with my kids. I think that's everything.
So what do you do in all of your spare time?
No, I mean, spare time is not good for me because if I sit still for long, I start to think, and that's not good. It's better to be busy.
That's funny. And so we know that, you know, you do everything. You do so much for the party, and this has been such a successful campaign over this year for getting Pennsylvanians elected. And you know, even though it was hugely successful, you know, sometimes as we're going along, we learn things along the way. What were some challenges or maybe barriers that you faced during this process that you know now, and that that Pennsylvania or other states could overcome next time?
I mean, let's just talk about the elephant in the room. I mean, the hardest part right now is the fact that the party is so divided. And we don't all share a vision. We have people who have different ideas about what a political party should be doing. I mean, I'm very elections based, but, you know, there's other people who are very, you know, social media based and, you know, messaging based. And, you know, sometimes we're at odds with each other. You know, we've had some really rough board meetings lately. And I'm going to be honest, I have been burnt out. Tonight, I am so excited about everything we've done that it makes me remember why we're doing it and that it's all worth it. I mean, I can't say that enough. And I will say that people did put their differences aside to make this happen. I think that that's the thing, you know, the difficulty and the learning going forward is that if you have a project that you can work on together, no matter, you know, what your differences are, if you can, you know, buy into that project just for that little bit of time and move it forward, you will be, you know, successful rather than fighting each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely. Yeah. And that is true. Like working on a project together, especially one where you just have that feeling of accomplishment and success, and you can see that you guys are making an impact. That's a big deal, and that's a big deal for, you know, bringing an organization together.
I will say that, you know, these candidates came from all factions. They come from all walks of life. I mean, we have people who, you know, are blue collar workers or, you know, owned, you know, a restaurant or a construction business, all the way up to, you know, doctors and lawyers and, you know, everybody in between that have responded to these letters. And some of them, when you say what's taxation, they can't virtue signal that it's theft right off the bat. And some of them can. But, you know, at the end of the day, we are looking at people who self-identify as libertarian. They took the time to register to vote that way. And when you talk to them, they have, you know, great diverse perspectives, and the biggest qualifier for any of these positions is the willingness to serve.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And we saw with one of your candidates that you recruited, Jeannie, when she was on earlier, and she said, you know, I got the letter. And then she really investigated it and she discussed with her family and, you know, really, really took this seriously and to heart. And I think that that is very true of our candidates. So even though they may be running for a race that is uncontested, they are not taking this lightly at all.
I mean, they shouldn't, because serving in office is a big deal. And this is how we build our bench. You know, I tell everybody all the time, this is how we build the farm team. I mean, these people are gaining experience to go on and win bigger elections. They're gaining just, you know, the connections to be able to go on and serve on, you know, a water board or a, you know, on the zoning board, if they want the finance board in the future, you know, to be appointed somewhere and actually have control over people's property rights and things like that. I mean, it's a big deal. I think that some of these constables are going to become sheriffs and some of these mayors are going to become state reps. I really do. You have to start at the grassroots.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's critical. So if anybody's watching this evening, maybe they didn't get a letter because they're third party independent or unaffiliated, and they consider themselves to be libertarian, but maybe they haven't actually changed their party affiliation, and they're thinking about, you know, running for office or joining the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania. What steps can they take to do that?
Well, if you go to lppa.org, you can join as a member. That's where we get most of our funding to be able to send things like these letters. It's $20 a year to sign up as a member, or you can, go up to lifetime membership and so on and so forth. But that's one way, because we will reach out to our membership in addition to the registered libertarians. But the most important thing that I would say to anybody who wants to get involved is this is a bottom-up organization. You should go to your county party and meet them. Even if you don't go every month, if you let them know that you're interested in running for office, you can even fill out a questionnaire on the website, to say that you're interested in running for office, and we'll call you when it's time. But if your local affiliate is who's going to nominate you for office, they're in control of who gets to represent our brand. We don't participate in primaries, which I actually view as a good thing because we have more control over it. It's our committees who actually decide who gets to represent us and who gets to be the libertarian on the ballot. So you can go and directly meet the people who are going to vote for you. So,
Right.
if you get out there and you meet them, you can always go to the state website, lppa.org, and find your vice chair, and they can point you to your committee if you're having trouble finding them. But there's also contact information right for the county committees there. And if you don't have a county committee, we can help you build one. It really isn't hard. It's a lot of fun. When I was a vice chair, I helped organize 11 counties. You can get up and running pretty quickly. And depending on your interest, there's all sorts of things you can do. I mean, election season's over for now, but there's still a lot of work to be done in between.
Oh yeah. There's always work to be done.
Yeah, that's whenever people say, "Oh, aren't you glad the election's over and now you can relax?" I'm like,
And,
"What did you just say to me?"
mm-mm.
That was
Wow.
funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now we're headed into convention season, so we'll have a lot to do. And we're just going to have a lot to
Right.
do with auditing, and because a lot of times when people run write-in, they don't tell us. So I do have to say, as I was walking in the door, I got notification of our very first win that I heard about was John Waldenberger was reelected to, he was an inspector of elections in Telford Borough.
Yes.
So he was reelected tonight. I think that it's going to take a little bit because we do have the mail-in ballots for us to
Yes.
get all of our results, but we'll be watching. But since he's there at the polls, he was able to see his vote totals.
Wow. That's
Well,
wonderful.
congratulations to him on his reelection, and thank you, Jen, so much for joining us. And now you can take a few moments to enjoy this evening because you've really worked hard to make this
Yeah.
happen for
I
Pennsylvania.
mean, this win belongs to, all of our team across the state. And, I'm so proud of all of you guys for everything that you've done. We have a lot to celebrate. So crack the champagne.
I have a bottle back here. I'm not kidding. I'm ready. I come prepared.
Right.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. We
Yeah,
really
thank you.
appreciate it.
Congratulations.
We do. So not only with Waldenberger getting reelected, we also have some more election results that have come in.
Here we go.
So we have Peter Soley, and he's with Lorain City Council in Kansas. He has won re-election as well. So congratulations to him.
Congrats.
And then we also have one of our watch races that we have election results on, and that is really exciting. So what we have is Mike Maines, who is running for re-election to City Council. And then we also have Joe Combs, who's running for council. And now I may call Joe council member elect because it appears unofficial. It's
No,
unofficial.
where are you getting this from, Kara? Are you looking at absentee ballots only?
Not yet. So we're
Okay.
seeing the results, but we're hoping that this holds. So we're crossing our fingers for you.
Okay.
But
We
the
like
trending
what
on the
you're saying.
counting, I know I don't want to curse you, but the trending I've been seeing is looking good for you. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed. We're hoping for those official results. But what made you two gentlemen decide to run? Mike, you ran last time and got election.
What
And then
made
how
me
did Joe
decide to run
decide?
for Harrison City Council? I
Yeah.
got involved with Harrison City Council. You want to know 4 years ago, or why did I run as a libertarian this go around?
Yeah, why did you run as a libertarian this go around?
Well, Kevin Kahn ran for Congressional District 1 in 2020, and he had a serious campaign. He ran hard. He had about 3.5% vote against a long-term incumbent, a 13-term incumbent here in Ohio. And I invited him to Harrison City Council, and he outed me as a libertarian, which is a good thing. I ran as a libertarian. I ran as a Republican in 2017, but Joe ran as an independent in 2019. And as he's going around knocking on doors and talking to folks, folks said, "Hey, you ought to talk to Mike Maines." And so the two of us got together, and we realized that we were all about small government. We were like-minded.
Yeah.
We were libertarians. The Hamilton County Libertarian Party was reforming under Kevin Kahn and leadership of Jake Dietz. And in 2020, late in 2020, we decided we would throw our hats in the ring and run as libertarians. In January 2021, in the height of the global pandemic, we pulled libertarian petitions. We were allowed to pull libertarian petitions from the Board of Elections, Hamilton County Board of Elections, and we circulated our signatures. We had 50 plus signatures. We had close to 76 signatures apiece, and we went to go turn them in, and we get a call from the Board of Elections, and Frank LaRose, the Ohio Secretary of State, said, "You guys can't run as libertarians. You lost your ballot access. Joe Jorgensen didn't get 3% in the presidential election, thus the Libertarian Party lost their ballot." So we were on this cycle. We were two libertarians being forced to run as independents. So. And we talked that up a ton on the campaign trail. Everyone that we talked to said, "You know what? We're fed up with the two-party system."
Yeah.
We had a candidate in the election here say, "You know, the two-party system's been working for 245 years, and so I'm a Republican, and we need to stick by the two-party system." And I said, "You know, I can give you about 28 trillion reasons why the two-party system isn't working."
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So. So I voted for Gary Johnson in 2012, voted for Gary Johnson in 2015, joined the Libertarian Party in 2016, would have ran as a Libertarian in 2017, but we didn't have ballot access. And everybody in Harrison told me, if you want to run and win, you run as a Republican. And so I held my nose, stuck the R next to my name, and was elected in 2017. This election cycle, I got right with God, and I ran as a Libertarian.
That is spectacular. So then why did you jump in?
For me, well, like Mike said, I ran in 2019 as just as a true independent, and I'm out knocking on doors and trying to explain to people kind of what I'm about, how I'm wired, and I'm talking about the good things in my life haven't come from government; they've come from me. And it was resonating with people, and somebody said, "You really need to talk to Mike Maines," and so I had the opportunity to, and we become fast friends, and so it was kind of a no-brainer to take another swing at it this year. Harrison's a challenging city to run in. Only about 20% of the population here identifies as Republican, but they voted 80% Trump last year. Mm-hmm. So you kind of know what you're going into.
Yeah.
And we kind of hope, for that you didn't have a lot of people that are active and you register in Ohio by voting in a Republican or Democratic primary. Right. So Joe and I are 2 of 8 libertarians. We had our ballot access for this long so we could pull a primary ballot back in May. And there's 8 of us. 4 of them live in my house. You get Stacy to pull a libertarian ballot?
I don't think so. My wife is not very passionate politically.
So we know who those 8 people are, and they all had signs in our yard. We all talked to them during the campaign. Joe App was a big fan. Mm-hmm. We need to get him to run, but yeah.
So what you're hoping is that, Mike, when you're reelected, and then Joe, when you join him on council, that you're then able to show a little more, what is it like when libertarians are serving in office? Yeah,
I'm gonna take my sweatshirt off, and I'm gonna show you what we campaigned on. Right? Have you guys heard of the Free State Project?
Yes.
You know anything about that? Right?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes.
we had a city councilman who on camera, right in the May primary, he was the #1 vote getter. He ended up selling his house and moving out of town and dropping off the ballot, which you're going to find out is going to turn out to be a good thing for me, the way Harrison voted. But so we ran on. Here's our website right here.
I've seen that, the Free City Project.
Right, in the Free City Project, right? Because we thought we would have, with Hackworth on council, myself, Joe Combs, and Tony Agner, we'd have 4 libertarian or libertarian-leaning candidates. Tony Agner ran on the golf cart platform, and what's more libertarian than golf carts? Being able to drive a golf cart down the road, right?
Yeah.
And Matt Hackworth, he came on camera. He said at the Republican primary in front of a longtime Republican voter, he told this lady, Rosemary Cox, that I'm probably more libertarian than I am Republican. And then he went a couple months ago on camera, city council meeting. We can pull up the tape. He said, I'm probably more libertarian than I am Republican. But then he dropped out of the race. He sold his house and he's moving to Indiana. Hey, at least he's moving to a free state. You know, one of the top 5 states as far as freedom in the 50 states. Not New Hampshire.
That is true. Yeah, he's not.
Indiana.
Well, yeah, he's not moving behind the Iron Curtain, which is where I live in Minnesota.
Yeah, well, you need to come to move to Harrison. We're trying to make it a free city project, and I only live 2.5 blocks away from Indiana, one of the freest states in the country. So we're going to try to run a gubernatorial candidate here in Ohio in 2022 and try to get we're going to try to double Donald Rainwater's numbers in Indiana. You know what he did in 2020?
Yeah,
Yeah.
which was incredible.
Yeah, we're going to double those numbers in Ohio. We're going to get a good candidate.
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I heard people talking today about that they're already thinking about the midterms. They're already thinking about 2022.
Well, it's time.
They're already thinking about, it's we didn't even finish today, and it's like, well, this is what we can do next time.
I'm taking a month off, and then I'm going to the LPO, Libertarian Party of Ohio, and saying, where do you want me to work? What you want me? Whose campaign you want me to help run? Where do you want me to run in a statewide election? Do you want me to run for a state or state rep or state senator? I don't want to run against the state rep here. She's a campaigner. She would be hard to beat, don't you think?
Yeah,
she's a tough candidate. She's very well loved here in town, and it would be a tough run. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So, what are the main things that you are running on for your elections?
Sure.
Well, I think for me, it was actually the same messaging I had when I was a true independent, and it was a pretty simple message that I think plays well with Harrison's conservative nature, and it was about fiscal responsibility. Budget is the most important, most challenging thing for Harrison right now. Smart growth. Harrison is a town that's growing by leaps and bounds. I don't know the count of how many houses, but there have been several hundred houses just in the last year or two.
Yeah.
And so
there were upwards of 80 new homes permitted in Harrison last year.
Really?
Yeah. It's the fastest growing municipality in Western Hamilton County.
That's some pretty good growth.
Yeah.
And so it kind of becomes a hot button for people in Harrison. They like the small town charm. They want to keep it. So for me, what I want to focus on is finding a way to manage that growth, to make sure that we've got the right, that the city government isn't actively picking winners and losers, but that we've got the right things in the right places, that it's what people are looking for, and that we're not just kind of willy-nilly throwing things in anywhere they fit.
Right. Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, we thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to cross our fingers and hope on those official results. But your trending looks pretty good. So
I think so, huh?
We're cautiously optimistic on this. So
well, we counted all the
keep our eye
numbers.
on it.
Yeah, we went to every precinct. We pulled all the numbers, so we got our vote total. We got what we think the final results are.
Do you?
We do.
Do you want to let us know?
Well,
can you let us know?
Sure. So we have. Do you want me to comment on each of the candidates as I tell you their places, or just
sure?
So we have Lexi Dole. She is the #1 vote getter. Her grandfather was a Harrison City Councilman, her uncle, and her brother.
So she's a
Her
legacy.
brother resigned his seat in August, September, and she got to fill his seat. So she was running as a keep Dole. She was running as a Republican incumbent. Yeah. So you're looking here at this. This is your absentee ballot voting.
Yeah.
So this is only a few votes, and that was reported right at 7 o'clock. So we pulled all the absentee ballots and all A, B, C, D, E, and F, all and G. So how many precincts is that? 7 precincts. So we pulled all 7 precincts. She ended up with over 1,000 votes versus the 83 that you're showing here.
Right.
So let's see. I'm gonna bring up my spreadsheet. Can you still see us? Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Dole. Well, we have by our count 1,281 votes. No, yeah. And then Ryan Grubbs, he ran 0 campaign, no signs. He showed up at one candidate forum. He didn't shoot a video. We were the only 2 candidates that did the free 5-minute ICRC video.
I remember that. Yeah.
No web page, no social media presence. He's a long-term Harrison name. Grubbs is a lot of folks in Harrison have that name or related to Grubbs. He had 1,145 votes. He was the 2nd place vote getter. So we're looking at 5 people running for 4 seats. And then we've got the 3rd place vote getter. This is the fellow who said that the 2-party system is working. It's worked well for 245 years. Jerry Wilson had 900 votes. He was the 3rd place vote getter. And you want to know who came in 4th or 5th? We got 1 Libertarian on City Council. I'm sorry, we don't have 2. We campaigned hard. We
Was
spent
it
tons of
close?
money. Huh?
It was probably pretty close, wasn't it?
I don't know. It was close between the 4th and the 3rd and 4th place, but Joe had 763 votes in 5th place, and I had 886. So it was about 100 votes, 120 votes separating the 2 of us. So I was trying to bring Joe up, give him the name recognition, the incumbency status on all of our campaign literature. Joe Combs was listed first. He was top on the signs.
Yep, I saw you guys ran it together.
Yeah, and we ran it together. We did a free city video project, Man on the Street. Had a lot of fun with that. Go to either one of our websites to check that out. And yeah,
Absolutely.
and we had a ton of Facebook presence. How many posts did you boost?
At least a dozen at some point
Yeah.
during the campaign.
Yeah.
I think the big thing though is even with a split decision, even if final results we don't both go in there, I think people are taking notice. I think seeing that the Hamilton County Libertarian Party is on the rise is something that is surely getting noticed now.
There were so many people I talked to that said, we're excited about what we're doing. We're glad you have a choice. We're glad that there's more than 2 choices on our ballot. That there's 3 choices. When we talk to people about the story I just told you about, pulling Libertarian ballot petitions and not being able to run as Libertarians, people are like, "Are you kidding me?
Right.
Are you kidding me?" Everyone we talked to could not believe that. So I'm just shocked by the results. I really thought we would be in the middle of the pack. Lexi Dole, I'm not surprised that she won. Ryan Grubbs,
Right.
I mean, he spent $0 on this campaign. There were no signs. He showed up to 1 event and ran on his name. He's very capable. He's very competent. This will be his 3rd term serving on Harrison City Council. He doesn't get much support from the Republican Party. In 2017, they have the pink ballot in Hamilton County, and that's your Republican ballot sheet, so you can go and run.
Right.
We don't have straight ticket balloting in Ohio, but that's basically your equivalent. Go vote for all the Republicans. So in that year, we had 4 Republicans running for 5 seats. 4 Republicans and an independent. Only 1 voter one candidate was on the pink sheet, and that was Ethan Dole. Myself, Ryan Grubbs, and Urbano Galindo were not put on the pink sheet. And but you can see how important it is just to stick that R next to your name.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is very difficult. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations, Mike, unofficially on your reelection. We'll see how those results tally out. But your election was wonderful to watch. I loved your videos. They were great.
Free City Project. I mean, what's better
Free
than the
City
door and golf
Project.
carts, right?
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys very much. We
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks,
All
Kara.
right.
You know,
Wow.
and it was so fun to watch that race. And, you know, that was a case of an incumbent reaching their hand out and trying to assist another candidate to take that step up.
Mhm.
And that will be exciting to see more of our electeds start to do that, to, you know, look at it and say, you know, I'm now elected in this position. I can start to introduce them to my network. I can start to introduce them to my donors and, you know, my volunteers and people I know in the community and that kind of thing, and give them that boost up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, to talk about regional training again, you know, because it was so successful and that was your brainchild. You know, I saw that in action where people are already mentoring other people and
Yes.
they're saying like, this is what I did, let me help you. And now it's happening in actually not even across state lines anymore, but as affiliates are growing, that they're doing this in their counties and in their states and in their regions, and it's just really, really great to see. So yeah, I think we will see a lot more of that, and going into next year as well, we'll see more of it.
Absolutely. So I hear we have another special guest.
Okay.
Very excited for this. So we have the chair of the Libertarian Party joining us. Welcome, Whitney.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, you know, it's a big night for the Libertarian Party.
It's huge.
Yes. Thank y'all for
As-
being here.
As polls close, I always kind of feel like it's watching New Year's Eve countdown across America. Like this is my New Year's Eve countdown.
Yeah.
So
it's very
thank
exciting.
you for joining us.
Sure.
So, you know, you've been in your position not very long for chair.
Right.
How long has it been? It's just been a few months, hasn't it?
About 3,
It's time
yeah,
warping on me.
a little over 3 months.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so in
It
that
feels like
time,
an eternity.
yeah, right? It seems very short and yet an eternity.
Yeah.
So when, you know, and you're jumped in and you jump in like right as we're hitting this ramp up to this
Yeah.
election. So what were you thinking as you came into the chair role, looking at now we're running into this election and it could be like a pretty historic election for the LP?
Yeah, it's very exciting. You know, the election wasn't the thing that was top mind when this happened for
Right.
me. But it certainly came about quickly. It's a very exciting time. I mean, we there's some really cool things happening here, and election day is, I've always said, is day zero. And I love that those guys were already talking about what they're going to do tomorrow. That just
Right.
warms my heart because it does not stop and there is no break, and we deserve and should be able to have, you know, a couple days of break before we go into the next thing, but we can't. There is no time for that. And so tomorrow is day one, whatever the case may be, whatever the, you know, district or county or state or city people are in, we just keep going and on to the next election and the next race, and hopefully many more wins like what we're going to see tonight. So thanks to you all for everything you've done to move that forward, and I really appreciate all the candidates that are out there. I've been a candidate myself a few times, and I thought when I first got into politics that that's what I wanted to do, that I wanted to serve an elective office one day. And after doing it the first time, realized that I'm not really into that.
Right.
Maybe that time will come again. But I've done it 3 times, and it was very rewarding, and it was very moving to me to show up for work the next day at my regular job after having run for office, and have my colleagues ask me, "Well, how'd you do?" You know, because they don't pay attention to it, and being able to say I came in 3rd. And they were just so thrilled and excited for me. Like, yeah, I came in 3rd. That's so great. And tonight we've got people coming in 1st. So that's incredible. And I love that. We've come a long way since I first started here. So, yeah.
Well, and you have a unique perspective as chair, having run as a candidate, but also being a state chair as well.
Yes, I am also that. So we're definitely gearing up for
And not a
for
small state
election.
either.
No, not a small
Yeah.
state. I guess officially in terms of membership, the second largest, but definitely really is the largest. Our state board itself is 60 people. So we're gearing up for election season here too, and we've got some battles ahead of us, some legal battles here, some ballot access challenges that we're facing. Well, even though we've got ballot access, we've got filing fees that we're dealing with here in Texas that is going to present a problem for us in some ways. So we're looking at ways that we can overcome those hurdles and just have the most robust slate of candidates that we can possibly pull off this year. It's it's a little daunting, but also exciting. We've got opportunities here that we need to take advantage of. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're also going right into convention season.
Yeah. Also that, because wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gearing up for our 2022 National Convention in Reno Sparks, Nevada. And that those plans are well underway, and tickets, are being sold already. I see them trickling in every day at this point. People registering for that convention. It should be pretty exciting. Lots of important stuff that we do at that, unlike the Republican and Democrat conventions, which are really just, for nothing.
Right.
Yeah. We actually do business, things that we have to do, and for our states in particular, things that they have to do in person as required by law in order to continue to exist as a party. So
yes,
our convention is actually a big deal, and it matters a lot. And so, we're looking forward to a successful one, and getting through that and moving on to whatever the next damn thing is.
Well, speaking of success, we have some more success to announce.
Awesome. Let's hear it.
We have some more election results. Ryan Amherst has just won mayor of Alta Vista in Kansas.
Wow.
90% of the vote. Slammed
Kansas
it.
is doing well. Yeah.
Slammed it. Yes. So we've been talking about how it's a big night for Pennsylvania, but it does look like it's also a big night for Kansas as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely is.
So yeah. So congratulations.
Yes,
And it looks like at this point in the night, we have 350 so far elected libertarians nationwide. So those are the ones currently holding office and our new elects.
That's so incredible. So incredible.
That's pretty exciting.
I think we had more polls close at 9:30, and then the next polling close time is going to be at 10 o'clock Eastern.
Yes.
So,
and we have some states that are split.
Yes.
Because
yes.
why not? Why
Right.
not split polling times?
Right.
Yeah. So we do have more states coming up on closing, and so we are expecting more results to come in. And we have some races that we're kind of keeping an eye on because we have a candidate that's looking really good. We have let's see, Board of Supervisors for Iriswood District, and we are looking at. We have 4 of 7 precincts coming in, and our candidate is actually doing pretty well. So we're gonna keep an eye on that race, and we have a few others that I'm trying to flip in between and check on those. So let's see. I'm just gonna go through real quick and see if I have any other highlights of races that are coming up.
Okay. While you're doing that, I have Pennsylvania Department of State website up. We have it's showing only about 9% voter turnout for some of the precincts. So we're still waiting for some of those electronic voting results to come in. And like you said before, for those write-in candidates, and just to certify the results, we are going to be waiting for another 3 to 4 weeks for those. So but we should have a pretty good idea for the races for the people who are on the ballot. Have a good idea probably in the next hour or so.
Yes, and the number of those write-ins for Pennsylvania. So I'm hearing it could be an additional, maybe as high as 100 additional wins with write-ins.
Yes. Yes, I do not have the full numbers on that, but yeah, I expect it to be high like that. So we are definitely keeping an eye on it. I'm looking at races now that were uncontested that just have write-in totals, and we're looking at 87, 90, 100. So
Yeah.
we're seeing a lot of write-in numbers. Usually people will just skip over it if they don't have somebody to write in, or you might see a low number where people write in themselves, or Mickey Mouse or something. But we're seeing a high number there, and that's a really good sign.
Very exciting.
It is. So looking at 2022 and the Libertarian Party, what are some of the initiatives that we're going to be looking at the party doing, or things that the party is going to be focusing on in the coming year?
Well, definitely continuing with this trend of getting libertarians elected. So continuing to develop our Frontier Project and getting those field teams out there to target these races where we've got really prime opportunities, and maybe doubling this number. I don't know. It's been really interesting to see when you go out in the world and tell people when it was 254 electeds, saying that to people and then realizing the perspective that people don't have about that. And they're like, oh, wow, that's so great. I didn't know that. And now it's 350, and that number is just going to keep climbing, and people are going to, we just got to keep telling people everywhere we go that, yeah, we're kind of a thing. And, continuing to spread that message and not adopt that identity anymore of just being a third party or a minor party. No, we're the third largest political party in the country and the fastest growing one. And look at the rate at which we're getting people elected from year to year. So it's continuing that. Definitely something we've demonstrated that we've got some skills to get this done, and we need to capitalize on it the best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And in 2022, we're looking at U.S. Senate races and congressional races, but we're also looking at state rep races,
state legislative races. Yeah, we need to be hitting those really hard. In Texas, those are very difficult to break into. Very difficult. Municipal races are very difficult here in Texas too. But we're looking at bringing on some staff members who can really analyze those opportunities for us here too. And I would encourage all of our state affiliates to do that, to find ways to really to just start going after whatever races you think you can. And again, even if we're coming in third in those races, we still have to be in them, because there's no if libertarians are not in the race and not on the ballot, there are conversations that will never happen. And we have to make sure that we're out there and establishing that presence and not letting them forget about us. And more and more people are going to learn what we're about and why we exist and why we need to continue to exist. So the legislative races are going to be really important, and where we can't necessarily win those seats, again, we can change the conversation, and we can start conversations, and we can influence public policy and develop relationships with the legislators who do get those offices. There's just a lot of opportunity there, and we can't back down. We have to show up regardless of the outcomes. And we had a story that I don't know many people know about this, but my husband got on the ballot or was running for a House seat here in Texas last term, 2 cycles ago. And it was just going to be him against a 24-year Republican that was like, we all knew he was done. Like, there was no way that guy was going to win again. Everybody was just done with him. And Paul got in, and 11th hour of filing deadline, a Democrat got in that race, and the Democrat won. and we established a relationship with him, and he invited us to his house on, for his victory party, and told us when the party was over, we were all kind of sitting out back, and he said, guys, I got to tell you this. He said that he was actually running for a state Senate race, and the Democrat chair called him, at the last minute and was like, hey, we've got somebody else who has put in for this, and so now the Democrats would have a contested nomination. And he said, well, find me something that doesn't have a Democrat in it. And that's how he wound up in the race against my husband. And I really believe that if that Democrat had not gotten in at that last minute, that Paul could have won that race. And it was a heartbreaking. I mean, it really was. I get to hear that.
Yeah.
It was heartbreaking, but also very encouraging, because I realized that somewhere there's going to be another opportunity like that. And we have to make sure we're there when those opportunities occur. And, we could have gotten lucky enough, and nobody, no Democrat found that spot, but they did, and we move on. But we've got a relationship with that guy now, and, he's still there. And it's an opportunity for him to actually hear from libertarians, hear from us. I guess if there is a such thing, he considers himself a small government Democrat, and we're going to be right there to tell him how it should be done. So, that's why we've got to be in these races and these candidates. It's just so, I appreciate so much anybody who's willing to go out there and do this.
Yes.
So we've got more wins yet.
So we're looking at our total of, now 350 nationwide. And then so far, just in 2021, 135 so far. That is just an incredible number tonight. I mean, that's amazing. And, the night is young, and we have the majority of our elections, of our contested elections, that the results are not quite in yet, but we are still keeping an eye on that. And we will also update them by state as well. So by the end of the evening, we'll be able to update on what was it like at the beginning of the night, what is it like now, and we'll be able to see the growth in our party and in our state affiliates. And you are on brand with your cozy.
Oh yeah.
With your cup.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it has a Texas on the other side.
Oh well, of course. I still have my glass.
I have my school colors on too.
Oh, there you go.
You're all branded.
I went to vote in this outfit and had this shoes, this color and everything, and people were reading the shirt and looking at me like I had two heads. It just didn't compute for people. I don't know why, but
well, they're gonna have to get used to it, because they're gonna be seeing a lot more of it.
That's right.
Well, this has been really wonderful, Whitney, and we appreciate you being on so much. Is there anything else that you want to talk about as far as the upcoming convention? I know we hit the deadline for people to join the National Party for delegate allocation. But if people are considering whether or not they should go to the national convention, why should they go?
Well, a couple of reasons. One, that you guys mentioned earlier, this fantastic region training that we did this year that I was super impressed with, and it was probably some of the most fun I've had in the last couple of years with regards to the Libertarian Party. So that was really cool. It was really cool to see all that. Somebody made the comment that it was like the LP staff roadshow, and I actually that was such a good way to look at it, because it gave our members and our state affiliates an opportunity to see you guys, to put faces to these names that they hear all the time, and sort of see that you are real people and not just these robots that operate behind the scenes and sometimes do the right thing and sometimes don't from their perspective, but it was so good, all of this. And I was really, really proud to be able to be a part of it. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do something along those lines, some bits and pieces of that at the convention, where we can kind of break it apart and do some trainings there. So that's one thing that I would really like to see people come for, is the training track that we might be able to provide for the convention. And then of course, just the fellowship and getting to see people that, you know, you may only interact with online once in a while. And we all know how that goes.
Right.
The Libertarian Party, National Party in particular, has been through a difficult time recently. And some of our state affiliates as well. And I just feel like, you know, all of us getting together in this place and doing the work to keep, you know, to maintain our existence and to expand on everything, all the successes we've had this year, and just spend some time with each other as people and you know, come find some common ground and some positivity and have some fun and get some more work done and,
Right.
you know, kind of set the tone for whatever's going to happen next. And so I'd love to see everybody there in one way or another.
Plus, it's just an amazing, fun time.
It
So
is.
no matter how people are online, when libertarians get together in a group in person, it's like a family reunion.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it really is.
really incredible.
I see David.
Yep.
David Valente was actually the first friend I made at the national convention, the first time I went in 2016. So, hi, David. That was a good time.
And he's a super nice guy. We hung out a bit at the Pennsylvania convention. He and I might have been the bad kids sitting in the back.
Maybe.
Yeah, I showed up to that convention in 2016, my first one, and didn't know anybody, and wound up getting on the LNC that first night. So
you must have gone to the bathroom, and then when you came back, they informed you. By the way, while you were gone.
No, I was there for it. So, but yeah, it's usually how it goes, what you described. But yeah, no, I was there. I took it willingly. So here we are.
And now you're chair.
Now I'm chair.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Whitney. We really appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you so
all
much.
the candidates out there. Congratulations to everybody, regardless of the results. This is incredible, and I'm so proud. So proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Yeah. This is pretty incredible. Thank you.
You know, something that she touched on, I think is worth mentioning again, that even if you lose, the candidates who won know that we are watching now.
Yes.
And that we will hold them accountable for the decisions that they make in office, and for every bad decision they make. That's, you know, building our campaign for next time. So
yes,
I think that's worth mentioning again, because that's a job that is important, that if you do lose, you know, keeping government accountable and your elected officials accountable, it is a very important job by itself.
Yeah, it is. It is. And sometimes our candidates, you know, the reason why they're running is they're trying to push, you know, the two old parties in a certain direction on a very specific issue. And they run a calculated race to do that. And they win by getting both candidates to concede to that position, so that no matter whom is elected, that issue goes in a libertarian direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so that also is a way that our candidates win. And it's a way that they affect the wider conversation as well. And so when you look at how candidates run, the goals that they set for themselves, many times it is they're looking to win the election and sit in office, but sometimes they have different goals for their election. And it's as exciting to watch them achieve those goals as well. It could be that their entire goal is that they, you know, or their benchmarking goal is they want to be in the debate. They want to be in a televised debate, so that everyone watching can hear and see how different our solutions are from what they hear every day, right? You know, the same crap that they hear every single day that doesn't work, and just as an added cherry on top, they're not planning on implementing it anyway, so it really
Right.
doesn't matter.
Right.
And then they hear our candidates who our solutions aren't just more effective, they're also more ethical.
Right.
And for most voters, that's the first time they've ever heard anything like that.
hmm
And so, it's a pretty powerful moment.
Yeah, it's powerful. Well, I was talking to when I was in Indiana, they were telling me about the libertarian who was in a debate, and the question was, would they support another lockdown? And the libertarian said, "No, I would not. If elected, I would not support a lockdown." And then they went down
Right.
the line to the other candidates. And the people in the audience were cheering when the libertarian said that. And then they went down the other candidates and they all were on the record and they all said that no, they would not support one. So there they said in front of,
Yeah.
an entire audience that they would not support that. So I think that yes, we are influencing it. Like from the gate, we are influencing that policy.
Oh, absolutely we are. Absolutely we are. And it is interesting when you see something like that happen because sometimes you see the look on the other candidates' faces and they're like, dang it, that's
Yeah.
not the direction. It's not the direction I was going to go.
Right.
And then, hey, there we are.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Mhm.
So what I would like to do for a moment is if we could pull up our results that are state by state on our number of electeds by state showing the new wins.
There
Okay,
you
so
go.
you can see our original graph that had the original wins on there, and then with our gold, of course, you can see the new wins that are on there for as far as how many libertarian elected officials that we have. So that is pretty exciting. And again, as expected, Pennsylvania is pretty far out there. But we're going to see on our other states by the end of the night how this ends. Which again, we were talking about how Kansas is having a good night.
Yeah, they're having a really good night.
We're also looking at New Hampshire. New Hampshire has a win as well. We're looking at Ohio. Ohio has a win. So it'll be interesting to see how these go. And then if we could, in a moment, look at our races that we were going to watch, because we had our races on our watch list.
Yes, some of those we can cross off because we already know the results to those. And it's just after 10 o'clock Eastern, so we are now closing polls in the central and mountain time zones. So polls are just closing in those other states. So we're going to definitely see more gold on that graphic when we bring it up the next time for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Pennsylvania results
So
still
look,
trickling
yep.
in too.
Yep. So we have some more Pennsylvania races trickling in. We have Michael Maines in Ohio. That one we've looked at. I don't think we have anything yet on Allison's race. I should say races because she is actually running for 2 races tonight, not
That's
just
correct.
one.
Yes, she is running for 2 races. Northumberland County is one of those counties that does not update their results in real time. So we are not finding their results now. That is going to be one that we, keep close watch over for the next few weeks while they certify the results.
Yeah, and I'm scrolling through here, and we did announce that John Waldenberger was reelected to his Board of Elections. But what we are looking for is the results on if he was elected to City Council on a 2-year term. That's one of those step-up races. So he is reelected. He's one of those candidates that's running for 2 races. So we're looking on that to see if he's going to get that borough council race. And I did see a few comments about that. Let's see. Because I know John is actually watching.
Wonderful.
So I think he was writing in there that he's watching his results, but we'll see on that.
Okay.
So let's keep our fingers crossed on that. And then we're going to get to some more election results. But someone else that is running a step up race is Sid Dowd. And I believe we have Sid now. And so we can bring him on and talk to him about, he's currently on city council and now he is running for mayor. Is he? Oh, I'm sorry. I might have misread that if he was in or not. Oh, nope. We lost him. So we'll see if he pops back in just a moment. But he is also
Okay.
one of our races to watch. He's currently on city council, and even if he does not get the mayor position, he'll retain his seat on city council. He is one of our frontier race candidates, along with Lyle Wirt. And Lyle is also, he's a frontier candidate, Springville City Council. And so he is in Utah. So he is again in one of our, our frontier states.
Mhm.
We've been able to allocate some resources towards those candidates. Although the majority of frontier is very focused on our 2022 elections and focused a little more somewhat on county elections, but a lot more on our state house, maybe state senate races. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But those are definitely races to watch. And I'm not sure if we are having initial results yet on the New Jersey governor race. So we'll see on that. Oh, and we have, I think Joel Getz is giving me some information on his race. It does not appear, Joel Getz was running for mayor of Stroudsburg.
Yes.
And it does not appear that he will get elected. However, they're only at about 23% reporting. So that's way too early to call on that.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is still really it's too early to call. The
Yeah.
way that it works here is election staff, they count the mail-in ballots on the day of the election. And so those results get put into the system immediately, but then we don't see those until after the polls close. So immediately when polls close, we see results available to us on county websites, Department of State websites. They are there for us. And then slowly after that, we see the electronic results roll in. We do not have, I would say, we should be in good shape by 11:30 for a good number of these races. Pennsylvania is a very large state where we have urban areas like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Erie, Scranton, where Harrisburg even, where the results coming in are faster. It's just they report quicker. But then we have other locations that are much more remote. We have a county, Forest County, because that's really what it is. And so getting those results to come in takes quite a bit longer. But I would say we should be in relatively good shape by, we should have a pretty good idea by the time that we close at midnight, but definitely would have a good idea tomorrow morning when we wake up.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's, and it's pretty exciting watching these results. Okay. So I want to just go back to the Pennsylvania results on our unopposed, because we've had a bunch of people joining us. So to recap what has happened in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania had 134 candidates on the ballot. Now they have, I believe, over 100 more that are mounting write-in campaigns. But that's what they have on the ballot. 110 of those are unopposed. So at poll close, barring something crazy happening, we do expect that those candidates have won their election. And so we can start to see who those candidates are, and we can kind of go through our new electeds now in Pennsylvania, and then some of the other successes that we've had since we're starting to have people join us again and asking for updates. So these were the unopposed candidates in Pennsylvania. So right off the bat, Pennsylvania just leapt forward with like 110 wins. And you can see a lot of these are your auditors, their constable positions. Some of them are council positions, though. They can be a township supervisor position. So you can see that they're all across Pennsylvania, wide range of different positions. And what Pennsylvania was able to do was they mounted a very serious effort of looking at who are elected or who are registered libertarians. And then they cross-reference that with what seats are running and running unopposed. And then they contacted people. Oh, James, that's pretty dang good. And then they've contacted people and said, okay, this might be a race that you could run. Is this something that you would like to do? And, then their board had conversations with these candidates, spoke about, well, what does that mean to be an auditor? What does that mean to be a constable? What does that, what do these types of positions do? What are the responsibility? How can you get on the ballot? And, then they went through the effort of assisting them to get on the ballot. And then we spoke with one of our winners earlier, and she won a auditor position. And that was, I'm looking back, Jeannie Matichewski in Pennsylvania. And so she was talking about the process that she had received one of those letters and then spoke to her family about it, really researched what that was like and what would go into it. And then she decided to go forward. And this was someone who had never run for anything before. And then Larissa asked her, well, would you consider running for anything else? Even though this position is a 6-year position, it is a good idea to know, is this a position you're going to stay in? Is this a position that you can do a step up race? And so she was looking at, we'll see what it's like being an auditor, but perhaps I want to look at stepping up into a school board position. So, speaking to some of these, now elects, no longer candidates,
Right.
and seeing the excitement of winning, but also seeing the excitement of being able to present libertarian ideas to people has been pretty amazing. So we have some personal information, not a libertarian, but at least I don't think he's a libertarian. I will need clarification on that. We have Roy McCutcheon elected to Lebanon City School Board in Ohio. And he's actually the brother-in-law of one of our coworkers.
Yes.
So let me look at that. Because that would be pretty exciting.
That would be really exciting.
And I know that she has been, of course, you always want to help family and be invested in them and that kind of stuff. So very,
Sure.
very nice. Let's see. And then some of the other winners that we had tonight, we had, let's see, and I'm looking for our contested races because we went through our Pennsylvania uncontested races. And so we have, let's see, trying to get going through all of these libertarians is pretty.
Yeah, it's
a
process.
One of our bigger wins was we had Ashley Shade, who was elected to North Adams City Council, and that race was actually a pick 9, and there were 14 candidates running, and that's North Adams, Massachusetts. Ashley is also the state chair for Massachusetts Libertarian Party. And in that race, not only did she get a really great, serious team together to run, but she also was endorsed by her local newspaper. And they just went all out on a very well executed campaign plan. So that was very neat to see, and to see that pay off so well. That was pretty incredible.
Yeah. And what was great about her race is that there was a vacancy that came up a little earlier in the year, and she tried to get the appointment for that
Appointed.
position, and she did not. And she was like, "I will be back. I'll be back." She was.
And she was back.
Yep. And she
And
made
now
it.
she's running,
Yep.
which will be kind of interesting when you join a council under those circumstances, and it's like, remember me?
Yeah.
But now you're coworkers, and now you need to,
Right.
find out how to work with people, and build coalitions. And it may not be coalitions where you're a voting block, but it's a coalition on, these are areas that we can agree on, or specific projects that we agree on and want to work with. So that's pretty exciting. And we had announced that John Waldenberger was reelected to Inspector of Elections. Let's see. Sorry, I'm scrolling through our other races.
No, and while you're doing that, I just want to point out something else that about libertarians running for auditor, is that when the auditor, Jeannie was saying that, you outsource stuff to different, to an auditing firm to do the actual math part of it, but it's not just dollars and cents that they can look at. They can, monitor. They have the authority to monitor police activity. They have the authority to monitor other activities that are going on in their township or in their city council, things like that. So it's a lot more than numbers, and that
Yes.
appeals to a lot of people. That's important to a lot of people, to have that sort of oversight, that overarching oversight.
Yes. Oh gosh. Yeah, it is. And I think that's a natural fit. And it's also why we do see libertarians running for state auditor positions, and making the appeal that um, you can't have one of the old parties be in that auditor position, because they need to be unbiased, and they
Yes.
need to be that referee. And you
Yes.
can't have the referee be on one of those
The
teams.
team.
Like, that does not work.
Right. Right. It doesn't work. You need somebody who is independent and unbiased, and who can
Yes.
and who can do the job. And I really think that I just think, again, that it's the perfect fit. We've said it before. We've said it numerous times, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying it for anyone who's watching, that if you want to run for a race and you're a libertarian, that is a really good role to have.
It is. It is. So one of our other wins that we had announced earlier, and this is a re-election of an incumbent, which is always near and dear to my heart, because it's one hurdle to get elected, but then to get re-elected.
Yes.
So to stick with it, to feel that you are being effective in your position, and that your residents are looking at the job that you do, and they're saying, yeah, I like what you're doing. And you're no longer this unknown, right? A libertarian is
Right.
no longer this unknown factor. So when we see incumbents getting reelected as libertarians, that's a big deal. And it's a big deal for up ticket as well, because if you're doing a good job locally as a libertarian, then voters in that area are more likely to vote for a libertarian in those higher offices as well. So this candidate,
Definitely.
or I should say council member,
Yes.
Peter Soley, was on Lorraine City Council, and he was reelected, and that does look like it's official now. And so that's one of our Kansas winners. So that is like a very, very nice win, and extremely pleased with that, to see to see him win that election. And then we have Ryan Armburst, Alta Vista mayor, kind of an overwhelming win on that one. And so that's our second Kansas win, Alta Vista, Kansas. So that was announced earlier as one of our wins. And I'm trying to get everyone updated. Just checking on this result. No, that's not quite close enough to call. So I'll wait on that one. It does look like Mike Holmes is going to win re-election. And he is one of our Ohio candidates for city council. So that's pretty good. We're waiting to see. We have another libertarian running in that race, Joe Combs, and so we're waiting to see on that one. It is a top 4 race, so we're waiting on final results for that one. Mike and Joe had gone around to the precincts and got kind of unofficial results. They don't think that Joe got it, but we'll see. You know, it's not a done deal until all those votes are counted.
That's right.
And then we also have Daryl Perry, who won Manchester Selectman for Ward 5, and that's in New Hampshire. And I think he won with what, 21%?
24. I think it was 24 something.
Might be 24% of the vote. So that one was a pick 3. And so he was in on that one. That was a 4-way race on a pick 3. So that's pretty excellent.
That's exciting.
And yes, we have PA results coming in, and so we're having our judge of elections. So a lot of these are becoming final now. So they were running unopposed. You know, we're calling them, but I mean, there's always something that could happen. Like, you know, someone else mounts a successful write-in campaign.
That's
or,
right.
You know, something like that. But we are starting to see those PA results rolling in.
Yes.
And now we do have Sid Dowd joining us. So we're going to pop him in. Hey, Sid, how's it going?
Hey, how are you? I guess howdy from Montana. How you doing?
Yeah, you've had a busy day.
It's been a very busy day, yeah. So I've been out sign waving in 30-degree temperatures out there all day. So I'm a little bit stiff and sore, but it's a relief that we're at the end of this race. Either way it goes, I'll be satisfied because we did a hell of a job. We knocked a lot of doors, and we gave it a good shot. We were working up until polls closed.
Wow, that's incredible.
So your race, you're currently serving city council. When did you get on city council?
So I was elected to city council in 2019, so I started in 2020. I represent Ward 4 here in Kalispell, Montana. And this year I am running for the mayor slot, and it's just me and the incumbent mayor in the race. A pretty low win number here due to low municipal turnout for most of our races, but this is an opposed race against an incumbent. And, you know, it looks really good. Unfortunately, we don't have any kind of incremental results. So we just have to wait until the final is calculated. So I won't know, but when I know, I'll know for sure, right?
Yes.
And I believe that's going to be in about an hour and a half. That's my best guess.
Oh, wow, that fast.
Yeah. Yeah, so we had absentee ballots here are very popular. Probably 70% of the people vote by that. So they had those tabulated before polls even closed. So we're just waiting on those poll numbers to add to that. But there's no incremental, you know, result. So we're biting our nails to the end here, right?
Oh, I bet. Well, so Sid, when I ran in 2016, something happened, like our results got messed up. And so I was waiting and waiting and waiting for the results, and people are constantly contacting me, which I'm sure people are contacting you. Sid, do you know? And so people were contacting me if I knew the results of my race. And I was like, I don't know them yet. And so it was 11 o'clock, and then it was midnight, and then it was 3 a.m., and then it was 4 a.m. And so I gave up. Like, all the other results in the entire state were in and had been in for hours and hours. But there was some glitch in the tabulation that they could never get them to add up until they got the machine serviced. So I went to bed. I just gave up, and I went to bed in the extra bedroom because I knew I wasn't going to really sleep, and I didn't want to keep my husband awake any further trying to go to work. And then my phone just started going insane at like 6. I only had like 2 hours of sleep. My phone starts going insane, and people are, and all I'm seeing is congratulations. And I'm like, oh, thank God. So like, I mean, that, I gotta tell you, and if people haven't run, and especially in a race where you're like completely in it, you absolutely have a shot at winning. They have no idea what that's like to wait for those results.
Yeah, it's nail biting for sure, and this one's even a little bit more because the experts that I had take a look at this race and the results I was getting at the door. So I was knocking during the time people had already sent in or were sending in their absentee ballots. So we could kind of gauge how things were going from that. But this looks like a neck and neck race. It's going to come down to the last vote counted. I hope it's that close. I mean, we've done a really good job to test the incumbent mayor, and we'll see what happens. Either way, the good thing is either way I'm still on the council, so I don't lose my council seat if I don't get the mayor position. But I'm really hoping that I can do a little bit more leading from the mayor spot. We'll see how it goes.
So what was that dynamic like? You're on city council, and I'm sure you work closely with the mayor.
I actually sit next to him on council.
Okay.
Right next to him. So the mayor and I have a good relationship. He's a long time. I mean, these are nonpartisan positions. Nobody will let you say that. No, they want to know what you are, right?
Right.
And we all kind of know what we are up on the council, even though we work well together. So it's been an interesting race. After my wife, he was the first one that I told that I was running, because during 2020 he kept saying he wasn't going to run again, and I'm like, well, I'm running next year. So I gave him 6 months warning. And then he decided to throw his hat back in the ring. And, so we've had a good, clean contest up here. It has not gotten ugly at all. Even if I win, I will still probably call on his expertise because he's been sitting there for 8 years. And, he's the reason I got on the council to begin with. He called me in December of 2018 and said, hey, Sid, you need to run for council. And I'm like, no way, I just got done running for House District. I'm fatigued and whatever. He talked me into it. So he said his exact words is, we need a libertarian on city council. So even though we're nonpartisan, right?
That's not something you hear every day.
It's not. Libertarian goes over well here in Montana. If you're a libertarian and you feel squashed where you live, come move over here. You can tell everybody you're a libertarian and everybody will go, okay. We run candidates up here that don't do anything, and they'll get between 5 and 7% of the vote. So, and that's with no effort at all. So it's a good frontier for us. And I use that word tongue in cheek because we're heavily involved with the Frontier Project, and that project has been amazing, especially for races like mine, because we have such a low win number that we can actually knock all of the doors we need to. My win number was 1,960. That's not a lot of doors to knock, right?
Right.
So we probably knocked 3,000 doors in total, and we were very strategic about it. We pulled reports from previous elections, and we found that the people that voted in the last 4 or 5 of the last 5 elections are the doors we hit. because hitting 25,000 doors wasn't going to happen.
Right.
So I think we had a great plan. We've campaigned very hard. I've had great volunteers. I've had, assistance from the Frontier Project, and a lot of libertarians, at least online, are very helpful. I would encourage our libertarians to actually go out with their candidates and learn what canvassing is, because it's not what you think. It's actually easier than you think, but it's different than you think. Would you agree with that, Karen?
It is. It is. And it's, I know people think it's going to be challenging in a certain way, and it really isn't. But you're going into it with a very specific purpose and system, and you need to keep executing on that. And it's a grind. I mean, that's what's the hard part. The hard part is not just talking at the door. The hard part is going out day after day after day. That's the hard part.
Exactly. So getting off work.
Yeah,
you get off work at 5, eat something really quick, and you're out there by 5:30 because you know it's going to get dark, especially later in the year, like very early. Getting out there on Saturdays when you'd rather be fishing. It's a lot of it's the grind, and it's statistics. So this is something that libertarians should be great with. We're probably the most technical political party out there, right?
Yeah.
So implementing systems, tracking our results is something we should excel at. And I think we do in small segments, but we need to pull all this together. And this machine that we could have built by now, that we are building right now, is going to be extremely effective. And, a lot of this stuff is, 1 out of every 13 doors you knocked is a vote.
Yes.
One out of every 336 mailers that you send out is a vote. I mean, you look at the stats, you look at the things that will work for you, and you implement those. And it's not rocket science, but it is hard, consistent, day after day work.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Now, you've mentioned the Frontier Project. You are a Frontier Project candidate. So what did that mean for you as a candidate to be part of this?
Well, I was actually part of the first Frontier Project when they first implemented it in 2018. So I can tell you that Apollo and the team there, and the rest of you that support that program, it's something that it's not just meant for Wyoming. It's not just meant for Montana. It's a template of how to target winnable races, enter those races, and do the work required statistically that will do you the best. Okay. And so that just the knowledge, because running a campaign is nothing like I thought it was back in 2017.
Right.
Running a campaign is just a lot of hard work, making choices of what you do to get the best bang out of your buck. And it's getting donations from way before you actually hit the doors. And that part, I think, for me was the hardest, because I'm a nice guy. I don't like to take money from people. And I want to make sure that I'm just getting enough money to do what I need to do, instead of having this huge amount in the background that I'm not going to use. So, and if you hear the really, you should be trying for as much as you can, so you can do the most you can in your race. But that part, I think, is the hardest part to get down. And it just takes a couple calls to get you kind of into it. And you start with your family and friends. That's who you practice on, right? Mm-hmm. So anyway, as you asked me what the Frontier Project has meant to me. It's meant everything. Because without them, I would think that going onto Facebook and saying what I think is going to work. Nobody cares about that. They do care if you knock on the door and you tell them about yourself and you ask them what's important to you, right?
Right.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And that's part of it, because when you are running for office, you are running to be a servant leader. We aren't masters. Like, that's not our party's ethos. And so it is very important when you are out there as a candidate to find out what are the challenges that they are facing, and then what is your ethical, effective solution for helping them with that challenge. But it's about them. It's
Yes.
not about you.
It
about
is.
them.
And you know, my entire platform this year was community over government. And you know,
I
Larry
love that.
Sharp,
I love that.
Larry Sharp gave me this idea, and I'm good at plagiarizing other candidate stuff. So Larry said that as government grows, community shrinks, and vice versa. So if you want the most out of your community, you have to make sure that your government is small and as efficient as possible. And we've done some great things with the community here that maybe we hit city council first, but we said, hey, maybe this is a job for the community, and we asked them, and they came through. Our homeless people here in Montana, in Kalispell, they're homeless during the winter as well, and they freeze to death.
Oh, they are.
It's cold here, right? So the community put together a warming center, which fits the emergency need. That was completely that was completely a community effort. We have the next level, which is taking them out of the emergency situation and getting them into stable housing so that they can build themselves up. We have a Samaritan House here is doing that part. Now, we're only a drop in the bucket with what we have provided so far, but it's a great blueprint for how the community can solve this, because a government program would just be like every other government program, and it would be ineffective. It would be way more expensive than it needs to be, and it's not going to be executed like the community can execute something.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I'm talking a lot here, but you asked a specific question, right? And I don't think I answered that. That was part of that question, but the other part is I really believe in what I'm doing here at the municipal level. These nonpartisan positions are easier to attack. Their guard is a little bit down. They're not looking just at the letter in front of your name, right? You have to be something. You have to tell them what you're about.
Yes.
So in these nonpartisan races, you can get in there, and then the partisan races that come after you can point down and say, here are my fellow libertarians serving in local government and county government, right? Mm-hmm. That does a lot of credibility building for our candidates running at a higher level, because people say, oh, they're not all by themselves. They have a support base that they're standing on. They're standing on the local and community, county positions. And, it's a lot easier for me to say that here in Montana with my win numbers as low as they are. If you're back east or on the West Coast, your numbers are vastly different, and it's going to be a lot harder trudge. But when you get people into those positions, you can start at the board level, right? Get on these boards that nobody wants to be on. Call out those board people, and not only are you helping them, but you're helping your own race at the higher levels by letting people know that there are libertarians out there in positions already serving in government and being successful.
Yes. Oh God, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is very important. When you look at these races, and whether they are nonpartisan or not, which even our nonpartisan races, they're partisan. Like you said, when you go the door, everyone's asking you what you are.
And they won't
mention it in the newspaper. No, they won't. I mean, like that's just the deal. So, but I think the thing to take away from it is when people can't just blankly go by tribal affiliation, when they have to take a look at the candidate and the solutions they're offering, libertarians win. We win. We do really well in those races. Where we have a more challenging race is when people can just blindly do affiliation. Like they're like, I'm not going to think about it. I'm not going to pay attention. I'm just going to, I've picked this cereal for the last 20 years, therefore, and it's the same thought process. But yeah, but it's pretty exciting. I'm going to be keeping my fingers crossed on your election. So your race is definitely one of ours that's in the watch race. Also, we're watching your fellow Frontier Project candidate, and that is
Lyle Wirt.
Yes. So we're watching his race as well to see how he does. So, were you able to chat with him a lot since you're both Frontier candidates, or were you a little more separate this time? Because I know sometimes you guys are together in a group and sometimes not.
So our schedules didn't match up like we did with the group in 2018. They had kind of a special, I think he did more of the evening sessions and I did more of the morning ones. But I have a good look into what Lyle's doing and how his race is going. We share some resources, which is great. Some volunteers that have been extremely impactful for both myself and for Lyle. So I don't think I've ever talked to Lyle directly. I'm sure we will after the race. But we have communicated back and forth quite a few times, and I know what's going on in his race. In my mind, he's kind of got that locked down. I mean, they're so much more sophisticated than anybody else in that race, and that's a testament to what we do here when we put our minds to it as libertarians.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate you hauling butt home and joining us.
Yeah. No problem. And I have a couple other shout outs right here, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Tom, I know my neighbors and they know me this time. That was a big hit. I got, there you go, right there. Okay, and the second one is it's important for us to have resources to point to when people wonder what libertarianism is. We have a bunch of places we can send them. One of my favorite places to send them is over to Matt and Terry Kibbe, who attack libertarian education through storytelling, which is very, very profound for people that don't normally get that story. So, those are a couple of people that I just love. I had Larry out here at our convention, and if you haven't had Larry at your convention, you need to have him there. He is amazing, especially for your candidates. I got some great ideas from him. Apollo was part of that process as well, and I probably take him for granted now because I've been through probably 15 of his trainings, and they're all, so I know the same things, but I get something out of everyone. And Kara, I've been through your trainings. I take you guys for granted at this point because I've been through so many of them. But if you're new and you want to know what campaigning really is, there's a couple people to look to.
Well, we really appreciate that.
Yeah, and great. It's great seeing you again, Larissa and Karen. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much.
That gives you an indication of the caliber of our candidates.
Yes. And he touched on something else where, libertarians who have been through it, who are elected already, they are willing, and they more than willing, they want to mentor others and help them. And that is something, and like you said with Larry, we said that with Larry, where he is everywhere and he is helping everyone, and he is just all about knowledge sharing. So that's really, if you're thinking about running, or if you just want more information, or even if you think you want to be a campaign manager, you don't want to run for office, but you want to help another libertarian get elected, we can plug you in. It's all you have to do is reach out, because everybody's willing. Yeah, exactly. Everybody is willing to help everyone.
Absolutely. So we have one of our winners available. I believe Peter is able to come on.
Oh, wonderful.
He is one of our incumbents to get re-election. So congratulations on your re-election.
Thank you so much.
Now you were unopposed, correct?
That is correct.
You ran them off. They were scared of you.
There were actually 3 council people elected this evening. And for some reason, mine was a separate one and unopposed. The other 2, but there were 2 people running and you could vote for 2. Lorain is a pretty small town. So my campaign existed in getting out my phone and texting people I knew and asking them to vote for me.
Hey, you know, that's a solid plan.
Mm-hmm.
And evidently a winning plan.
It is. When I set my sights higher, that will not work. But as long as I remain in the city of Lorain, it probably is a winning strategy.
That is fantastic. And although we have you on here, we also have some other election results that we would like to give out real quick.
Sure.
Apollo Borough Council, and that is in Pennsylvania. This was a contested race, and he got first place in a pick 3. There was also 2 GOPers on the ballot and 2 write-ins, and he came in solidly with a commanding lead in that first place. So congratulations to Benjamin Sievers, North Apollo Borough Council. So tonight is a pretty exciting night. We've had a lot of winners. And that's been pretty incredible. Now you're reelected. So why did you decide to run in the first place?
Actually, I was appointed.
So you're appointed, and now you're this. So this is your first election.
This is my second election. The first election. So first I was appointed. Then my election, along with everybody else who was supposed to get to the county seat and register, none of us did it. So it was a write-in election, and I got the most votes in that write-in election. And I believe there was one other candidate that was also wrote-in. And now I figured out how to do it right. Got my name on the ballot. So this is my second win. I was appointed for a year or so before in a vacant seat, and then I had to run an election that I failed to register properly for.
So, why are you such a glutton for punishment?
Well, Lorain is very typical of rural Kansas. We are not a market center. This year we lost our bank. It was our only commercial enterprise in the community. And I was very pleased. I'm sure that none of the other members on the council are registered as libertarians, but I put forth a proposal and I said, Lorain has a building that could be used as a very successful bar where people can smoke. It's, of course, illegal in Kansas to operate a restaurant or a bar where you can smoke. But that is something that would draw people to our community because it's something that a fraction of the population wants. I proposed finding a doctor who would be interested in prescribing medicines that are not FDA approved. I have a cousin who had to go to Panama for multiple sclerosis treatments. And certainly this doctor would lose their Kansas license, but we would issue them a license. And I was thrilled that our council said, yes, we're interested in these proposals.
Now that is really exciting.
Yes,
I mean,
and
that's
innovative.
Innovative
We
thinking.
haven't found the doctor or the operator of our bar and restaurant yet. But we have a council that's interested in these ideas.
Yeah. That's pretty incredible. So, sometimes libertarians worry they're going to come up with the crazy libertarian ideas and that no one will be on board with it. So
I have to comment on the scroll. Ryan Amherst wins as mayor of Alta Vista. That's very nice. Alta Vista, Kansas. He won with 90% of the vote. So
Yeah, it is.
congratulations
Yes.
to Ryan.
It's pretty spectacular.
Mhm.
But how do you get other council members to go along with ideas that are very innovative and outside of the norm?
Well, Lorraine has nothing to lose.
Hmm.
You know, we're not collecting millions of dollars in taxes. And, I think the most we could lose would be $4,000 from the state of Kansas in road maintenance money. They could somehow get upset with us and say, we're not going to give you your $4,000. Everything else we collect either through property tax or utility fees.
Yeah.
So, we're going to continue to drop in population unless we do something. And the something we have to do is probably going to be pretty radical.
Yeah.
And our council realizes that. And, doing the same is not going to get us what we need.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So you've formed relationships with your fellow city council members.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And it was simple things like, small town Kansas, goats were an issue. Can people have goats or can they not have goats? And, one of the council members sat back and said, well, it's cheaper to just buy the goat's milk. And it was really easy for me to say, that's not our decision to make, whether it's a wise choice. Perhaps the real goal is to teach his children the necessity to maintain the goats and how expensive it is. But it's not ours to choose for this person, whether that's a wise choice or not. It simply is not our choice.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That is absolutely correct. And that's a change in thinking with people. Now in Burnsville, it's ducks. We just allowed ducks. See, I mean, you too, if you run and win, can talk about ducks and goats.
Yep.
So with your race being so successful and with Ryan's race as well for mayor, what is happening in Kansas with your state affiliate that you're able to run these successful races? Like what resources do you have? What does your infrastructure look like for your state affiliate? And how can people get involved who are watching if they live in Kansas?
Well, so I went to the state convention this year and I guess I participated virtually a year ago, and then I participated in person this year. I formally registered as a libertarian, I believe it was 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm now actually a paying member of the National Party. I'll tell you one of the things that I was pleased with when I went to the state Kansas convention. I did not find a bunch of crazy people there. I found very normal, very typical people who wanted to live freely, wanted to improve their communities. And at least from my point of view, I can do without. Now, people may look at my proposals and say, Peter's one of the crazy ones. I don't perceive myself that way. But I know that we have some members of our party that are on the fringes, and we should not push them away. I'm trying to express that as a whole, we have a pretty solid middle that values freedom in choices. And I felt extremely comfortable with this group. And I know there were resources that I didn't take advantage of because I was very confident in my race.
Right.
I didn't buy any yard signs. I texted the people in my phone that I knew were eligible to vote in this race, and that was sufficient for me. I know that it's not sufficient for most.
Right. Right.
Yeah. It's really good to know that state affiliates have that infrastructure now, that if you want to run or if you want to get involved, that it's there, the resources are there, that you can go and get that help.
Yes.
So that's really good to know. A lot of success coming out of Kansas tonight.
Yeah, there is. There is. And, you already had a number of elected officials, You know, Kansas is one of our states that's doing pretty well on
Mhm.
getting candidates elected into office.
Yeah, just what's going on.
I know. I'm trying to scan results real quick while we're chatting with you.
Yeah, I'm still trying to look too because our websites are updating
So it looks
as
like we
well.
do have a final for Mike Maines for city council in Ohio, and that he is reelected. So that
Okay.
does look like that is an official result
That's
that he
official.
has won his reelection.
Very good. So we've moved that from projected to official.
It looks official. So that's pretty exciting.
That is exciting.
Well, thank
All
you so
right.
much, Peter. Really, really appreciate it. Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
I would love to be updated on, you know, if you're able to put that proposal into action for your town. 'Cause
And
that
certainly we are
sounds
interested.
amazing.
I'm mentioning it tonight because hopefully there's an ear out there that's listening.
Right? Yeah. I mean, where's Pickens when you need him? Because I think he might be interested. You never know.
Thank
But
you so
thank
much
you.
for doing this tonight.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. And it also looks official. It looks like Joe Combs did not make it, like pretty close, but did not make it. But that was an amazing duo race that they made. And again,
Yeah.
we still have a libertarian on that council. Joe
Yep.
wasn't able to join him this time. But you know what? You never know what happens. There are commission appointments. Someone has to leave. You know, there's all kinds of things that happen. And then we have quite a few libertarians in every single election that they do not win the election. And then a few months later, they end up getting appointed to the position. You know,
Yes.
someone leaves, they can't fulfill their term. And so they look at the next possible person to come in and, you know, and they ran a good race. They stayed engaged, you know, they showed they had good ideas, and then they're tapped to come on and they're appointed to a position.
Yeah, and
Um,
even if it's not on the council itself or on the board of
exactly.
supervisors or whatever, you know, there are other positions like zoning hearing board where you might even have
Yes.
more control
Oh,
over your community.
oh yeah.
So that is something that, yes, you know, strange things happen after, you know, elections end, people leave, they resign, they
Mhm.
move, and there are vacancies all the time. So yeah, it's absolutely critical to maintain those good relationships because you could be looking at an appointed position in your future.
Absolutely. So we have another one of our winners, I believe, able to come on. If you could put John on. We have
Perfect.
John Waldenberger. Congratulations.
Hey,
Hey, thanks, guys.
Pennsylvania.
Yes,
And
one of our
I proudly
Pennsylvania
wore this pin
winners.
today, Kara, all day. I finally
Yeah.
remembered to wear it.
So the pin that John is wearing is a pin that we send out to our county and municipal level elected libertarians. And that's the only way that you can get this type of pin is through the blood, sweat, and tears of running for office and then getting elected. So yay! And thank you for winning
Right.
the pin. You look very dapper in it.
Thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, tell us, give us the rundown of what happened.
So, well, I first got into this office in I guess it was the end of 2017. I was still on the dark side of the Democrats, but very heavily leaning libertarian, and wrote myself in, and I'm like, well, screw this. I'm going to be a libertarian if I'm going to win an election like this. So, you know, changed my registration immediately, joined my local county affiliate, and I've been plugging away with the LPPA since. And this year I was up for re-election, and yeah, it's one of those races a lot of people are like, well, it's just an election day position. Well, it means a lot because, especially
does.
the last couple of years, people claiming the elections are stolen. Well, as an inspector of election, I'm one of the people that check and make sure that you're actually eligible to vote because I'm
Yes.
checking your name in the book and making sure your signature matches what we have on file. And so, I'm on the front lines of election integrity right there, and
Yeah.
yeah, so it's a vote for one, but the top two get it. So uh, from what I'm seeing on the results, I'm retaining as minority inspector, but honestly, the minority inspector is the better position to be in because you're the one that gets to sign off on what the judge does, and you're the one keeping the judge of election in check.
Interesting. Interesting. And now you were talking earlier in the evening. I saw a comment where you said that um, your borough is actually in Berks and Montgomery County. It's in
Bucks and Montgomery, but
Bucks
yes,
and
yeah,
Montgomery County, excuse me.
yes.
So you were saying that one of the counties would negate the other. Can you explain the dynamic there, how that works?
It's different every year. For example, one of the Democrats that was running again this year, she won in Montgomery County 2 years ago, but she lost in Bucks County, and Bucks County was the deciding factor of who won in the council race. So it's at large between the two counties. The borough is literally split in half by the county line.
And what are the demographics there? The difference that it makes?
It's very heavy Republican, especially on the Montgomery County side.
Okay.
Bucks County seems to have been going through a shift to lean more Democrat lately. As of the results I've looked at so far, I haven't seen any of the mail-in ballots or absentee ballot results on the Bucks County site. I just checked the Montgomery County site, which has only has some of the mail-ins listed, and it's a long shot right now for that race, but it's better than nothing. I'll take one of two wins for nothing.
Right. No, yeah, I'm still seeing results coming in for Bucks, still seeing results
Yeah.
coming in. Yeah, it's going to
Yeah.
it'll take a little while for them to
I was standing outside that polling place for an hour and a half tonight after the polls closed,
oh boy.
and they still were not done tallying. And in Monco, I mean, that's the team that I'm part of. Normally, tonight I could not serve because I was on the ballot for council, but ours were tallied within like 20 minutes. So
That's funny. So what's next for you, John?
I got a lot of things next. So I am running. I'm one of the two people that have been announced so far running for lieutenant governor for Pennsylvania. I will give a shout out to Nicole Schultz, who also won her race tonight.
Yes, she did, and commandingly.
Yep. So I'm also running for chair of the LPPA next year as well. So next year's going to be pretty busy, and we'll see what happens.
Pretty exciting.
I'm excited.
Exciting stuff.
That is very exciting, John.
Yep.
Well, just so thrilled to have you on. Congratulations with all of this. If people need to get in touch with you, how can they reach you?
Email is probably the quickest way. John Waldenberger at lppa.org, and it's BER, not the sandwich.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Well, thank you so much again, and
Thank you
best
for
of luck
inviting
to
me.
you.
Thank you.
So we have yet another winner with us.
Another one.
Yes,
All right.
we do. So we have Ben Sievers, who is with us.
Oh, okay,
So
perfect.
we can bring him on board. Congratulations.
Yeah,
This is very
congratulations.
exciting. Oh, I
Oh,
think we have you. I
we
think you're muted. Give her a little try. So the interesting thing about Ben's race is, so his is a vote for 3.
mhm.
And he was in the lead, and I think it might be final, with 20.95% of the vote. So
Wow.
it looks like he had that commanding lead. Now, the other interesting thing about this is they're awaiting the results for the write-ins
Okay.
because one of our coworkers has mounted a write-in campaign. So Andrew
Oh,
mounted a write-in campaign. So it would be interesting to see if his write-in campaign was enough to knock one of those 2 other candidates out of that spot, and then we would have 2 libertarians in there. So
wow.
I think Ben is seeing if he can fix that audio, and then we can
Yes,
have him back on.
perfect.
But that race is a really good one. So North Palo Borough, it looks like, yeah, so he had 137 votes. Next up was 114, and then the one below that was 100. So it is entirely possible that a write-in campaign could knock that bottom candidate off of there.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, especially when it's a vote for 3.
Right.
Like that is absolutely positive. You could do that. You could knock that bottom candidate off of there. And when you're looking at those lower vote totals, for candidates, and there we have it on the screen. When you're looking at those lower vote totals, the campaign, when you're running a campaign, what you want to do is really focus on your get out the vote effort. So if you're in a race and you know you're going to have those lower vote totals, yes, you want to persuade people to vote for you, but you need to keep really careful count of who exactly is it that is going to vote for you or your supporter, and then make sure that they get to the polling place. In last year's election, we had a candidate win by 2 votes.
Yeah.
2 votes. And they knew it was going to be really tight. And so they modeled their entire campaign plan around a really strong get out the vote effort. And he was literally ticking people off as he had contacted them and knew that they voted. And then for people who hadn't voted yet, asking them, so, you know, do you have, do you have a campaign plan? Like, do you have a plan for getting there to vote? And, then people say yes or no, or, that kind of thing. And so it's
Yes.
really focused on it. We're hearing that there's 175 unresolved write-in votes in Ben's race.
Yep. Which is within the margin. So absolutely.
It is. It is. So who knows? We might have 2 libertarian winners.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And going back to the GOTV reminding people to
Yeah.
go out to vote, you cannot count on the local news or the newspaper
No.
or Facebook
No.
or Twitter to remind people to vote.
No.
I mean, I was talking to people this morning and I was like, "Are you going to go vote?" And they were like, "That's today." You
Yeah.
know, and there are people who they
Yeah.
wanted to vote for. So it's, you have to have that effort. You have to ask people, do they have a plan to vote?
Yes.
Because then people realize, oh, I'm going to be out of town that day. I should do an absentee ballot, or I should do
Yes.
a mail-in. So it's really important to consider that. Yeah, every candidate needs to have a robust GOTV plan.
Yes, they do. And you would be amazed at who doesn't vote. I worked with a candidate, and we were focusing and really dialing in on their get out the vote effort. And I said, have you also contacted all of your volunteers and donors in your town? And he's like, well, they're going to vote for me.
Mm.
I said, don't count on it. And they're like, but they knocked doors for me. I'm like, don't count on it. And so when he went back, there were 2 volunteers that weren't going to vote.
Right.
Like they had volunteered on the campaign, they had knocked doors, but they just weren't thinking about voting. Now, that was one that was decided by less than 20 votes.
Yeah.
So every vote counted on that. And, you know, and he
Yes.
contacted me back and said, man, I'm glad you told. He goes, I thought you were so stupid for saying that. He's like, God, Kara, I get it. I get it. And then he was like, okay, now I do get it. And thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Every single vote counts. I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say it, but it's really true. You need to make sure because yeah, I've been there. I've been a campaign volunteer, even a campaign manager, and it's like you're so
Yes.
concerned with the candidate that you don't think about having a voting plan yourself.
Exactly.
You just have tunnel vision. You're not
Yes.
thinking that way, and so you're thinking
Yeah.
about your candidate, and then you're like, oh wait, you know, I can actually do this thing. It's quite helpful.
Right.
So
And, you know, and the old parties, like they sometimes have very sophisticated get out the vote efforts. And in Minnesota, we have something which a few other states have as well, which is called vote harvesting. And, you know, and so that's something new to incorporate into your get out the vote plan. And vote harvesting can be helpful, but it can also be really evil practice. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with vote harvesting, that is where a volunteer can go out to someone's house that got a mail-in ballot and pick up their ballot for them and drop it off at the election. In some states, they have to be the witness or they can be a witness. In other states, it has to be a sealed ballot. Or there may be some other rules surrounding that. Now, in its most benign form, that's helpful for people who have a hard time just dropping that ballot off. You know, they have some type of mobility issue or, you know, they're not feeling well or that kind of thing.
correct.
And so that can be very helpful. And it's also helpful for get out the vote efforts because once a day they check off who has got their ballots in. And so you don't have to keep going back to those people. But in its evil form, what happens is those volunteers actually go into the person's house and
Mhm.
say, oh, have you voted yet? Let me help you.
Right.
And they pressure them into voting a specific way. And then they seal that ballot up and they drop it off. So that is highly unethical vote harvesting. But that's part of the arena that you're in. That's
Yeah.
part of the arena that you're in. And
Yes.
I definitely don't want to see our candidates do the unethical vote harvesting, but it's something that we need to be aware and just incorporate into our plans and just know that this is something now.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think we do have Ben back. And so let's see if we got the
Perfect.
audio fixed and then he's able to join us.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey.
I'm on my iPhone now, so that's better.
Perfect.
That is better.
Thank
well,
you so much.
congratulations.
Thank you. We were in a local restaurant called Stars, and we kept on refreshing, and we're like, we're starting to question whether or not government is able to count. But then we saw it come in. And Sam Robb jumped up. He's like, "Yeah!" He gave me a hug. It was great. Yeah, but oh man, then the write-ins. You mentioned I was in there
Yes.
when you mentioned the write-ins votes.
Yes.
Like 175 unresolved write-ins.
175.
That is
Yeah.
like unheard. That's like unheard of.
Yeah.
I've never even heard, like Drew and I sat out there almost all day. Drew
Yeah.
had to go, of course, start the live stream, but I was there for the whole day.
We stole
And-
him away and made him work.
Yeah, most of the people who walked in there, I think, voted for him. Who voted for me also voted for him. So we could be very well seeing Drew and I both on there. So
You know,
yeah.
I think so with that many. I mean, because I'm looking at
Yes.
vote totals.
Yeah.
With
Right.
that many unresolved write-in votes. And when you guys were out there, you didn't see anyone else mounting any kind of write-in campaign. Drew is it.
Yeah, well, there was the president of the council the current president of council did mount a writing campaign. He didn't get on the ballot due to some paper issues with the paperwork. He didn't get it in to the county, and so he couldn't get on the ballot.
Oh, so he got kicked.
The president, yeah. So he ran a writing campaign, but none of the other candidates were there, and some people were there handing out stuff for the other candidates, and but they weren't there the whole day, but we also door knocked, and we were there all over town door knocking, and we talked to, I'd say, about like 25% of the residents. We were putting in the work, and it's still unbelievable. I came in first. Came in first place. I'm like, holy cow! It felt like it though. A lot of people walked in. Most of the people walked in there. I want to say a lot of people. Most of the people walked in there. We're going to vote for us. So it's just insane. I'm the first candidate ever supported that actually won.
That's incredible. And you know, I was hearing the same thing today, that people were so receptive. They were really receptive to our message. I think they're just really tired of what's been happening and what's been playing out on their TVs and in the news. They're just tired of it. And people were just so receptive today. And they were like, yes, we will vote. We will write in. And they were asking questions. You know, they were trying to get to know people, get to know the candidates, and asking questions. What's their background, and you know, how can we help, and things like that. So it's just, I'm really glad to hear that you had the same experience, and I'm hoping that that's the case with our other candidates in Pennsylvania too. I mean, Pennsylvania, we've had a rough time. We've had a rough couple of years here for at least. I mean.
Yeah,
it goes back longer than that, but especially we've had a rough couple of years here, especially the last 18 months. Have been awful. And I think we are looking for change, meaningful change.
So Benjamin, if I can ask you a personal question, how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
And I wanted to ask because of that comment saying this is the next generation of our party. Mm-hmm. And that's absolutely true. You know, we are seeing our younger candidates run hard and be successful. So what caused you to want to run?
Yeah, just, I mean, a lot of things. It's not just one thing, but I was kind of detached from politics. Like I'd say before, like Drew ran for state rep, Andrew Ria ran for state rep earlier this year. Mm-hmm. And that kind of reinvigorated me a little bit. And just, I love North Apollo. I want to live here, and I want to eventually possibly raise a family here. I would love to do that here in North Apollo. And I don't like to see it going where it's going currently. I mean, nothing. Just people pay so much in taxes here, but they don't see it. They don't see it back in their they don't see it in the roads. They don't see it in the trash collection. They don't see it in public utilities. They don't see it in policing. They don't see it in anything. And people are just sick and tired of it. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to run. That's what invigorated me to run.
Yeah.
And plus I come from a libertarian tradition, and I'm studying economics at Grove City College, very, very free market oriented. And I just want to apply the things that I've learned, the things that I got into this in like junior year of high school, the stuff that I've learned and the stuff that I've been seeing neglected in like the public sphere for so long. Finally, I could get a chance to actually make real change in this and take my community in a better direction than it has been going for years now.
So you mentioned something, and we heard this from another candidate who won this election cycle. We heard that you saw another libertarian running for office, and that libertarian did not win their office, but that libertarian like ignited that passion in you to run, and now you won.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with another candidate as well. And so you never know who's watching or who's going to be inspired by what you're doing. And, now you've won, and you're probably going to inspire other libertarians to run for office as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't comprehend where it will go from here. Cause I mean, only way is up for us. I mean, so yeah, I mean, those some people will probably see change happening. People will probably see stuff like this. People getting elected, libertarians getting elected, and definitely like being emboldened to run. And I'd love to see that, honestly. I mean, the parties, old parties are dying. In Armstrong County here, the Democratic parties are dying, and people are losing faith in the Republican Party as well. And it's all falling apart. And it's such a good opportunity. And so many people are mad right now. So many
Yeah,
people
they
are mad.
are.
Yeah.
People are really angry. People are like deeply, deeply angry.
Yeah. And when back in May, when I was going around the polls for Andrew, so many people were running for writing campaigns. So many people, just because they were mad. Previous years, stuff like that would never happen. Never happened in my area. So yeah, it's unfathomable. I mean, you can't see where it's going to go. But it's only good. It's only going to be good. I in my opinion, I'm a little optimistic. I don't know. Maybe it's after tonight I'm a little more optimistic.
Well, no, it's great because we have an option to give people. It's like if you are sick of the Republicans, you're sick of the Democrats, you're sick of how things are being run, you're sick of how they're treating each other, we have a place that you don't just have to run away. You don't just have to leave and then be gone. There's a place where you can go. That there is a party that has principles. We are actually the only political party now that has principles, and people can come and join us and actually fight for something and fight for change.
Yes.
We're giving solutions. We're not just fighting. We're not just slinging mud. We're not just slightly less shitty than the other dude, right? That's not our position. Like, what we're doing is we're looking at the real challenges that people are faced with right now, and we're giving them solutions that are effective and ethical. And when people hear them, when people see that we have actual solutions, they're on board for that.
Yeah.
They're on board.
Yeah, that's what I saw when we were door knocking. Like, I presented some ideas of privatizing roads, privatizing trash, and people were like, well, some people were like skeptical, but at the same time, in the end, a lot of people came to the conclusion that, okay, the roads haven't been getting any better for like 10 years now. And that's like thousands and thousands and thousands of my dollars of my money, tax money, going to that, just disappearing. So why won't this work better? Why wouldn't it work for me to keep my money and have the right to fix the road? I mean, at that point, you can't complain. At that point, it's within your power. It's within your right. If you choose not to fix the road, it's not worth it. If you choose to fix the road, great. But that will be better than the current situation of the road never getting fixed at all, and property values decreasing, and just overall the entire area degrading and falling apart and crumbling to dust. I mean, that's where this town would be going if it just continued down this path for like eternity. And it would only get worse because the taxes never go down. They always go up. And the roads don't get any better. They always get worse.
That's right. That's right. Well, and that's what we were talking to Will about earlier. Will Hyman, who is Clarksburg City Council,
right,
where he wanted to get elected because there was a blight problem in his community. And, I'm sure people were saying, well, we have a problem with crime. We have a problem with crime. Well, no kidding, because you're not taking care of the city. There are things that have to, be done in a certain order. You're not going to have people coming in and, going to those abandoned properties and things like that. I mean, it's just inviting problems. So you need to fix the problem from the root. And so, that's, that isn't, well, I guess in some places it is a foreign idea to take care of the problem, but I think people are really enticed by these common sense solutions. And like Kara said, these innovative solutions. We have solutions that are not only common sense, but they are innovative. We're solving problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Benjamin. I'm
thank you.
So happy for you. Very excited. And I can't wait until they look at all those unresolved write-in.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it too. It's gonna be explosive.
Sure is. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Team PA,
And
whoop whoop.
I know. And I think we have more election news.
Oh, more election results.
We do. And we have results in. Kansas is having a hell of a night tonight.
They really
Third
are.
one elected. They are. So Brody Flavin, I think Flavin, maybe
Mhm.
Flavin, but we'll go Flavin, was elected to Halstead, Kansas City Council. He's not an incumbent, so this is a brand new seat
Yeah,
that
brand new race.
Kansas is winning. So congratulations to Brody. I mean, this
Wow.
is pretty exciting. So this is if I'm counting correct, third candidate for Kansas tonight.
Yes,
their
third one, and with major races as well. So
Yes.
this is
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and here we go. So here's some of them that were elected tonight. So this is outside of Pennsylvania's huge slug of 110 candidates just right off the bat. We have Ashley Shade, North Adams Council, John Waldenberger, who's reelected as Inspector of Elections. We had Peter Soley, and all three of these we have had on tonight. Reelected to Lorain City Council. Ryan Armburst, Alta Vista Mayor, another one of our Kansas ones. And then we had Daryl Perry. Many people know Daryl from his seeking the nomination for LP presidential nomination. And he was elected to Manchester Ward 5 Selectman, and that's in the Free State Project state. And then we have Benjamin Sievers, North Apollo, who is just on Borough Council, and that's in Pennsylvania. And that one has the 175 write-in votes still needed to check because there's another Libertarian who mounted a write-in for that. So we're going to check on that. Probably won't know for a few weeks, though. Could be a couple days, could be a few weeks. You never know on those write-in ones.
Yeah.
And then Mike Maines won re-election in Ohio to his city council seat. And then we just announced Brody, who is city council for City of Halstead, and that is in Kansas. So again, one of our Kansas candidates.
Yeah, for Pennsylvania, for those write-in campaigns, we are looking at a couple of weeks. Before it was right around Thanksgiving. So probably right around Thanksgiving, we'll hear them. What would be really nice is, we had the December LNC meeting the first weekend in December. It would be really nice. And I think we will be able to pull this off to get those results, that they'll be certified official results by that meeting, that we'll be able to report these wins.
Right. Absolutely. And I'm just looking over my sheet of results to see what we have going, because I know we have some Virginia candidates that were waiting on their results. I think they had maybe six candidates that they were looking at. And yes, we are starting to see some of those Pennsylvania results trickle in, not the write-ins, but are uncontested. They're being finalized, so we're starting to see that.
Yes, my township has 9 precincts, and we were sitting at 8 precincts reporting for a little while, but now we just flipped over to 9. So that
looks final.
Yeah, so that's going to be final. So we're going to see some, I would say, within the 11 o'clock hour here, or the last hour.
Yep.
Coming up on the last half hour of our programming here, we should be able to get some firm results. Still unofficial, because again, we don't have the write-ins, but we should have a pretty good idea with some of these races here before the end of the program.
Yeah. No, these are. Let's see. I'm just finishing my little scroll through to see if we have anything else. Oh, we had a heartbreaker.
Mm.
Okay, so we have results. It looks like for Lyle Wirt, he was one of our Frontier candidates.
Yes.
So this was a ranked choice voting, and he lost on the second round of the ranked choice voting.
Darn.
So stinking close. He had 43.6% of that vote. That's a
That's a bummer.
heartbreaker.
That
That
is.
is close. And I'll tell you, that was a very well-run campaign. However, that was also a very, very difficult campaign. And and it also, so we're starting to see more libertarians running in ranked choice voting. And if you want, we'll bring Pat Ford back on. And he can join us. So we're starting to see more libertarians run in ranked choice voting elections. And in Minnesota, we have them in certain races. And what we've experienced so far hasn't been the benefit that we had hoped to see for our candidates in these types of races. Because what we're seeing is they're usually run in an area where one party is extremely dominant, and then they can have as many candidates in that party that they want. And so what happens is they just stack like 16 candidates in that election in
Right.
one party. And so the ranked choice never really even gets a test run.
Right.
You know,
I think what you're seeing here is really the beginning of an educational process. In a number of states, I think about Maine, for example, where there's been ranked choice voting. It's been so helter-skelter in its implementation. You've had court cases, not a lot of education from the media about the real implications in the power of it. And so, as is always the case, it lies with us as the Libertarian Party, our support system, and as well as our candidates and the people who work with them to really focus moving forward. Now that we're seeing this trend, and it is disturbing, to educate folks as to the potential that it isn't just for stacking the deck for your particular choice of laundry, right? Seinfeld always says these guys are rooting for laundry. So what we need to do in our pitch to voters, and I know people are trying to do this, and again, it's this is a huge change overnight for many Americans, particularly seasoned citizens. It's always they're confused.
Yeah.
Going forward, let's focus on candidates educating voters as to the power of that extra choice, giving to life the desired philosophy that you wanted to office, that you now can balance with your fear of maybe that godless communist getting in if you don't vote for, oh my God, got to vote red, that type of environment, or vice versa. So it, as always, whether it be earning media, whether it be doing any of these things, it's the responsibility lies on us to drive home the message. And I have a feeling, I know someone who's really good at teaching messaging to people. I'm an old warhorse. I learned a couple of things in Atlantic City. I have a feeling somebody's going to do a hell of a job of that now that we've identified what the issue is going forward. I think her name is, I don't know, she's from a place called Burnsville or something. I don't know, but the training that you gave in Atlantic City was outstanding. So for us as a movement, now that we've identified folks in the movement who have these superpowers with regard to training and messaging, identifying the issues, doing that post-mortem that I know that you're going to drive home over the next few weeks while the wounds and the successes are still fresh, and having frank conversations with folks as to how do we need to redirect our efforts. There is a huge upside though to this evening. And that is twofold. Not just the city council wins, but, and Kara, you bear a lot of the credit for this, redirecting people's efforts to races that are both winnable and occupy a prominent place in local communities. I constantly say to candidates on Candidates Corner is that, quite frankly, someone as a libertarian who's elected to a school board, a town council, a municipal board, or a city council will have more impact over people's lives than congressional races, senatorial races, all of that. And very often, not only are people who are elected to city council the very first libertarians that folks now, and I always joke on our show, we don't use the term govern, we use the word steward. Folks who have been elected to steward their community resources, not only are the first libertarians elected, very often they're the first libertarians they've ever met. And so
That's very true.
And so I'm thrilled as I've listened to candidates talk about tonight. And again, up here in New England, we're just over the moon about Ashley Shea getting elected, because all of a sudden there's this freedom role model that's been dropped down, parachuted into a community who has lost contact with the simpler virtues of self-ownership. And what do I mean by that? I was at a town council meeting last night for my day job, and people there, it was breathtaking. People there were discussing there was a law in the books that a town mandate they wanted to pass, and people said, well, we don't need this. Why don't we just talk to each other and resolve our problems directly? Do we need government? And that's what people, folks like you as libertarian town council people can do. And you know what? You also have the opportunity for all those people elected tonight. And I know we're all going to get to work on this, right? We take a day off and then it's back to work. To build not the political machines of the past, but organizations that can perpetuate and continue to perpetrate freedom upon communities. And I'm convinced that the people that I've had the opportunity to interview, who are first generation, first level elected libertarians, are going to be the people that I'm going to watch from the peanut gallery in 10, 12 years, who are going to be running successful campaigns for Congress, for Senate, and ultimately be competitive and be right in there for the presidency of the United States. These are people who are building the foundation for political futures that are based on experience, a clear message, and a libertarian philosophy. And it's happening now. We don't have to wait. It's happening now. So we need to stress the positivity of that as we approach the 2022 midterms. It's incredibly important.
Yes, yes. Well, and we saw that with just some of the people who are running this evening. They're really young.
Right.
They're really young. I mean, these are people who are going to be involved for decades to come. So it is really inspiring to see. And we're seeing too, the mentorship going on. We're seeing that, candidates who have run successful races, that they're now reaching out and they're helping people who want to get involved, not just running for office, but even with the party in general, and even wanting to run campaigns, manage campaigns behind the scenes, be a campaign chair or an activism coordinator or something like that. We are seeing this play out in real time, and this is not only a testament to the party and what the party is doing. It's a referendum on what's happening in our country, and it's happening not only on the federal level. That's what we hear about most, though, when we watch the news, but it's what we hear about our states. It's what we're seeing on our town councils, our borough councils. We see that, we see how it affects us, and we're not happy about it. So we're turning to another alternative.
Right. It's as simple as this. It's proof of concept. One of the invectives hurled at us, if you will, by the duopoly, or what does Kara call them? The dog what? Dog poop or
dog vomit parties?
The dog vomit parties.
Yeah.
Is that we can't, libertarians have no experience. All these solutions sound so good in isolation that they can't possibly expect them to work. Well, newsflash, elected libertarians around the country are starting to become players. They're at the table now as elected town officials, and they're bringing with them libertarian perspective, libertarian philosophy, the libertarian statement of principles, the libertarian platform. And the great thing about libertarian candidates, and I've spoken to so many of them over the last couple of years, is that when you ask them a question about an issue, they have an answer. And people are stunned by that. And I try to explain to folks who are stunned, you shouldn't be, because we have a belief system. We have a core philosophy. And everything we talk about with respect to stewarding, not governing, stewarding is a reflection of that philosophy. So it's simple when you have a belief system. You just tell people what you're going to do. And then all of a sudden they get elected. And amazingly enough, guess what? They actually do it.
Right.
And lives are changed, and fortunes are made, and racial tensions are relieved, and our justice system starts to react to real concerns in the community as opposed to trumped up power plays. It happens on every level, and it's almost like break glass, add a libertarian. Oh, okay, let's do this. But the responsibility, is strong. You know, we're blessed to have folks like Kara and the countless now. I mean, here's the fun thing about tonight. I'm starting to lose track of how many people are in city councils and mayors around the country, because you know what? Yes. It's not just a couple of them. They're not isolated circumstances. Not one individual. It's not just well, that's a stroke of luck that you folks had. No, you've got multiple libertarians taking, if you will, positions of responsibility in communities, because you know what? The first guy or gal did a hell of a job. It's like, oh, we could use a little bit more of that. I got no problem voting for a libertarian. And that's how we change the world. And we can do that.
Yeah, people are seeing that, and they're also seeing too that it's like you said, when you vote for a libertarian, you know what you're getting.
Yeah.
You know, when you think of a candidate who's a Republican or a Democrat, you kind of can think of them as a weather vane. They're going to blow where the wind blows. But you know, you can think of the libertarians standing there, like, you know, kind of like one of those anchors from the Weather Channel when they're doing hurricane coverage. They're just standing there and they're not going with the flow. And because that's not what we do. We stand for our principles, and we will stand up for what we believe in.
Well, listen, thank you for having me on tonight. I've really enjoyed being part of this. Congratulations to both of you, and to Tyler. I think Tyler Harris is up next. Congratulations to all of you for running a hell of a party tonight. It's brought a lot of value, a lot of insight. And you know what? I talked earlier tonight about bringing the Libertarian Nation together. The notion that, again, someone running in Florida should be just as important to people in Maine as someone maybe running down the street. You guys have taken that and run with that tonight. And I think because of your efforts tonight, we're a tighter, more cohesive party. And I think we're going to have focus coming out of this election. So congratulations to all of you and to all of the candidates. And again, thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much, Pat. All right. I think we have Executive Director Tyler Harris on standby, who's going to join us.
Yes. Welcome.
There he is.
And look at you looking spiffy. Uh-oh.
Oh, you are on mute.
You got to unmute yourself, Tyler.
There we go.
There we go.
So well. Thank you so much. It's, you know, it's always difficult to follow Pat, and then he stole my thunder, because I was, of course, going to lead off by complimenting you both on a tremendous effort tonight. You've done a fantastic job hosting this behind the scenes. Pat Ford, John Gabso, Andrew Rea, Chris Clements have been helping out.
Yes.
In the laboring in the thankless shadows. I have had an absolute blast of a time tonight, helping them out with the graphic stuff, helping them out managing the information coming in, and talking to our candidates, and managing that stuff. It's really been fantastic. What a night.
Yeah, we've had a lot of material to cover.
We have, and you know, it's. I want to echo something that Pat said way back at the start of this, coming up on almost 4 hours ago now. These victories are victories that we should all be celebrating around the country. We really are not just a party that's united by principle, but we are united in this struggle that we all wage against these two terrible parties, the two dog vomit parties. I think that's sticking after tonight, Kara. You may have gained some traction.
That's what they are.
But it's such it's such a shared experience that we have as libertarians in the campaign work that we do, that it's important, I think, that we share in celebrating those victories where they happen. And of course, I want to commend the tremendous hard work of all of those campaigns, and the equally hard work of some of the campaigns that have not been victorious tonight. I think it's important that we recognize we've had tremendous campaigns all around the country, and though it looks like many of them have been successful, of course, we're not going to know until all of these numbers come in, and that's going to take some period of time before the numbers finalize. But it's looking like we will have won more than 50% of the races that we've contested, continuing that trend from the spring. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, what more can I say? It's just been a wonderful, wonderful night.
It really has been. It really has been. And it is inspiring to see all of these candidates and campaign teams, and to see where we're at now. When you look at this now and look at where we're at, knowing that we don't have most of the contested races, we don't have the information yet. But looking at the wins that we have so far, this has been just an incredible election, but it has built on the past elections that we've had. We have been seeing a continuing rise in the percentage of our candidates who are getting elected, the number of candidates running, and just the overall wins. We saw a lot of wins in 2019. Like it was breathtaking in 2019, all the ones that we won. And then in 2020, we had a sizable number of wins again. And now we're seeing it again tonight. I mean, it's just incredible. And, that's really how we're building the party, because it's more than just the wins. Whenever you run a race, you never know who's watching and whom you're inspiring. And whether that's a voter to take a look at the Libertarian Party, or whether that's the next person that's going to run, or the next person who's going to volunteer for a campaign, you never know when that's going to be. And we heard that repeatedly tonight with candidates who won, who were inspired by other candidates who ran.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, it's not just who you inspire also, we had really, really good candidates running very, very strong campaigns. And though many of them have prevailed, many of them have also not prevailed. But those strong candidates that lost their races tonight are still strong candidates who know how to run strong campaigns. And guess what? We're not going away. The Libertarian Party's been here for 50 years. And that is the foundation that we're going to be building future success off. Many of the wins here tonight are the next generation of really powerhouse candidates for the party. And many of those who didn't win tonight are the next generation of really powerhouse candidates for the Libertarian Party. And I just couldn't be more pleased with where things are, and more excited to start the work on 2022, because it starts tomorrow in a very real way. And we've got fantastic candidates that are going to be
started
running.
a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, there's a large degree of overlap in these common expressions to disregard. But yes, it really already has started, and the focus will now shift to those efforts already underway, and it'll become the main focus. We've got. It's already really exciting to see. I mean, out here on the East Coast, I know David Lasher, who's running in 2022 for governor in Maryland, has been getting fantastic coverage. He was invited to address their legislative Black Caucus. All the governor's candidates for the major parties were there. and that included us on the stage to lay out his agenda. Spoke very, very compellingly for school choice, very compellingly for ending the war on drugs, very compellingly for ending qualified immunity. We're already getting a tremendous level of energy and excitement springboarding forward, and it's very, very exciting to see.
Yeah, it is. It is. And we are going to be up with quite a few ballot access races in 2022. So all of you activists out there, start to look for those races because they're going to be running very strategic races for achieving that ballot access margin. And how they help down ticket candidates. And, we have a crop of 2022 candidates already at every level of government that are getting really focused on running. And we had a lot of these candidates and campaign team members were at our regional training. And so that training gave people, the basics of how to run a really good campaign, like that good foundational stuff. And now at the national convention, we're going to be having classes that go deeper because we're here to win. I mean, I don't know what other people are doing. That's their business. But I am here to win some frickin' races.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we're all here to do. And Larissa can help you with communications. Tyler, I don't know what the hell Tyler can help you with, but whatever.
I can help put you in touch with Kara and Larissa. What I can help with is taking a moment here to shill a little bit. If you've really enjoyed the coverage here tonight and the work that Kara and Larissa have done and the work that everybody has done behind the scenes, support us at LP National. Go to lpnational.com/donate. It supports the work that you're seeing here. It supports Kara. It supports Larissa. It supports the trainings that you've heard talked about several times tonight. It supports the Libertarian Frontier Project that's working with candidates in the field. It supports Kara and all of the work that she does with candidates both before and after Election Day. It goes towards all of those things that are of tremendous value that staff does. And go ahead and when you go to lp.org/donate, there's a comment box. If you want to express your gratitude specifically for this event, go ahead and throw in the comments a thank you to Kara and Larissa for the election night comment. And I will make sure that they get every single one of them.
Thank you so much.
I'm trying to get confirmation on another race.
Okay.
This is one of our New Mexico candidates.
Yeah, I did see that come in.
I'm trying to get confirmation. I don't want to say anything until we have confirmation. So
Okay.
I know Chris is still, I believe, behind the scenes, and so is Drew. So if they can look that particular race up in New Mexico, that would be fantastic to see if we got a final on that.
Okay.
Oh,
Perfect.
yep. Chris says he's looking it up now. So,
All right.
so that is excellent. Okay. And if that is final, we might be able to get him on for a few minutes.
That'll be great. He can close us out then.
I know. And closing us out on a pretty dang exciting night. And yep, I can
Yeah.
see someone getting ready to update our sheet right now. So that is
Yeah.
excellent. So looking at all of these wins, and we can also take a peek at those, all of those Pennsylvania uncontested wins. That gives us that huge bar on Pennsylvania right now.
Mhm.
And we also have that Massachusetts, New Hampshire win. We got a couple of Kansas, we got Ohio. So looking at those wins, this has been pretty spectacular. Okay, I think we are going to go to this candidate. I think we do have a final on this. So we have Andrew Kennedy, Andy, who has won the Central Valley Soil and Water Conservation Board, and that's Supervisor 3, and that is in Loco Hills, New Mexico.
All right.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm feeling pretty well on top of the world right now.
Yeah,
I
bet
bet
you are.
This is wonderful. So why did you decide to run for this particular race?
So I ran for this office both because it's a really good starting off point for candidates to run for if they want to get involved in New Mexico politics. And my background, it lends very well to this race because I've been involved my entire career with oil field and agriculture work, which is what this board deals with.
Oh yeah.
And so since, I had that experience, even as a very young person, I could come out and say, hey, I've been in this field my entire life. And, I have the experience to manage this board properly. Yeah. So that's a lot of the reason why I chose to run for this rather than something else. And it obviously worked out for me.
It did. So
Yes.
that is something that you had a strength in. And for people that don't know, in your state, this is a bigger deal. Like I know in some states where they're like, really, Soil and Water Conservation Board. However, when you are in those Western states, when you're in New Mexico, when you're in those types of states, that's not a throwaway race by any means. This
Right.
is pretty serious.
Right. Yeah. I mean, our entire industry, economy, I guess I should say,
Yeah.
in this county is dependent entirely on, number one, the oil field, and number two, agriculture. And the Soil and Water Conservation Boards deal with both of them heavily.
And they have a lot of power. That's the other
Yes.
thing that people don't realize is
Yes.
those boards, they have a lot of power.
Yes.
It's kind of that hidden layer of government for a lot of places.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right there. It's kind of a hidden layer of government that not a lot of people really pay attention to. And honestly, like our entire constituent area is about just, throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's about 15,000 people for this specific board, and only about 1,300 people voted in the election.
Yeah.
But it will affect a lot of people's lives in their day-to-day dealings. And I'm hoping to bring libertarian ideas to this board to help all those 15,000 people.
Absolutely. So what were some of the issues that you ran on?
So my primary issue that I ran on is the Central Valley Soil and Water Conservation Board really has not been very open and transparent with the constituency in the past. A lot of other boards have either a website or a social media page, just to keep up with what is going on at the meetings, what the agenda is, the minutes of the previous meeting, etc. And the Central Valley Board has not had that. And that was one of my focal points of the campaign, was just to, advocate to either set up a website, a social media presence, whatever that might be, so that the voters could know what this board is deciding on and what the next agenda is going to be when it comes up. That was my main thing. My secondary thing was fiscal responsibility, because a lot of these boards are very bad about, we'll just class it as under nepotism. And that was kind of a lot of my thing was, being fiscally responsible, trying to root out nepotism wherever I can, things like that.
Well,
yeah, that's, you're going to find that in most locations, I think. And
of course.
That goes back to why these positions are so important for libertarians, and why libertarians are so well suited for these positions.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So when do you get sworn in?
So I will take effect in office on January 1st.
Okay.
In which there should be a meeting. I believe it is Wednesday, the third Wednesday of January is my first meeting that I will be attending as a board member.
That's exciting.
That's
really exciting.
That is very exciting.
And I will be there for the meeting in November, because there's only one meeting a month. I'll be there in the meeting for November and December, so that the constituents can meet with me, any issues that they have, or just get to know me, whatever it may be. But I
and
will
then you can kind of ramp up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, that is fantastic, and evidently my cat wanted to congratulate you as well. I've managed to keep her off me the entire time, and she just couldn't stand it another moment. So she's saying, "Congratulations."
Well, I appreciate the congratulations from the cat.
Well, that is my chief of staff, so you know. Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for joining us. Congratulations on your win. And you're right, this is a very important position and just the exact position to have a libertarian on.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on.
You bet. So it has been a pretty successful night.
Whoa, yes.
So it's time for, I think, a little toast. We've had so many fantastic candidates. I mean, look at that. Total elected
Yeah.
so far just in 2021, 140.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and now we're looking at 355 elected libertarians.
Yeah. And that's not even the final number. That's not even the final. Yeah.
That's not even, because so we have Pennsylvania with their 110 uncontested. We have some contested races that we're waiting for information on. We have races in other states that we don't have it back on. So, we'll be getting those results in. But the other thing is, Pennsylvania has probably 100 or so write-in candidates that we're not going to know the results for a couple weeks, but they could very well have another 100 or so wins.
Yeah, easily up to 100. We're running into that problem now, is that we're growing so much as a party that we cannot keep track of everyone who's running. And we're providing support where we can, and we're reaching out to people where we can, but we're getting to the point we can't keep track. And it's going to take us at least until after Thanksgiving to figure out how many write-in campaigns were won by libertarians. And it's going to take a little bit longer to figure out what other write-in campaigns were won by libertarians that we don't know about. So that's, it's going to be kind of a long process here. And, I hope that it's not just Pennsylvania and Kansas and the other states that we're leading, but that, there will be other surprises for other state affiliates. And so, the number I'm hoping just continues to grow over these next few weeks.
Absolutely. Well, and Pennsylvania has been wonderful that they have sent, yourself, but specifically their executive director, Kevin, and also their former chair to these different regional trainings. So they've been able to hit some of the trainings and give a presentation on how Pennsylvania has been able to do what they've done, not just with candidates, but also recruiting members. They went from a couple hundred members to breaking past 1,000 members. They went from 6,000 in gross revenue to 100,000 a year in gross revenue.
Yes.
And they were able to do that very quickly, and they laid it out for other affiliates how they did it. So now we have other affiliates who are looking to take that success and adjust it for how their state is and go forward. So it is a very exciting time. We have great things happening, and we have so many incredible electeds and candidates. This has just been a spectacular evening, and I had to get the bubbly out because, again, this is like my New Year's Eve.
Yeah, it really is. It's a happy new year. That's exactly what it is.
It is a happy new year. Absolutely. So I think we better wrap it up.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, this has been so exciting. This night went better than I even thought it would, and I knew it was going to be a great night. So I'm just thrilled that we had the opportunity to do this, and thankful for all of the libertarians who threw their hat into the ring and just made this night possible. Like this night is about them, and for everybody who made it happen, donors, supporters, activists, volunteers, family members.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
so many people made it possible. And so we're so thankful for all of you.
Absolutely. And we're thankful for the time and sacrifice that they have put forward to be able to do something like this. So
Yes.
thank you very much, everyone. We really appreciate you joining us for tonight's coverage. We will keep people up to date on lp.org for the official results,
Yes.
but be a little patient because I've got to enter those. And I need to do things like sleep and bathe every once
Yes.
in a while.
And eat.
Yeah. But I will be entering those in over the next day or two and getting those updated. And so you'll be able to see the results. And as we get more results in, we will update those on lp.org.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all of the candidates.
Have a good one.